Chapter 2024. Big Sister Nian would definitely not joke around with me. In other words, there's definitely a huge problem. Suddenly, the little girl charged at him once more, and the expanse of space he resided in started burning. Yixian gazed at her as he closed his eyes slowly. In the next moment, the blood within him started boiling. The energy of his bloodline. When the little girl arrived in front of Yixian, Yixian suddenly drew his sword and slashed, and a blood-red ray of light swept forward. Bang! The little girl was forcefully pushed back tens of thousands of feet by this strike. This time, the little girl was slightly stunned when she stopped because there was a deep injury on her arm. Suddenly, the black-robed man and Mu Niannian stopped abruptly. After she stopped, Mu Niannian turned around to glance at the well, and then she frowned slightly. Yixian was about to speak when Mu Niannian spoke abruptly. "All of you leave first." "Leave." Yixian gazed at Mu Niannian and Mu Niannian smiled. "Listen to me." Yixian hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Bai Xiao and Heaven Hateful. "Let's go first." Right when they were about to leave, a voice suddenly resounded from the depths of the well. "Leave?" The voice resounded like a bell and shook the world. The expressions of Yixian and the others changed drastically. Yixian turned around and looked at the mouth of the well. At this moment, the mouth of the well suddenly split open completely, and then a middle-aged man walked out slowly. Bai Xiao and Heaven Hateful's expressions changed drastically when they saw the middle-aged man. Danger. That was what they felt at this moment. The middle-aged man had the shape of a character between his brows as well, but it was blood-red. The middle-aged man glanced at the surroundings, and then his gaze descended onto Mu Niannian in the end. He grinned when he saw Mu Niannian. "I never expected that an expert like you would actually appear in the future." In the distance, Mu Niannian smiled and said, "What's your name?" The middle-aged man laughed. "They used to call me Ancient Emperor." "Ancient Emperor." Mu Niannian nodded and said with a smile, "There are still many experts in this world." Ancient Emperor looked at Mu Niannian. "You're not bad. I'm still lacking a servant. If you're willing, you can submit to me." Mu Niannian blinked. "You think too much." The Ancient Emperor laughed. "Then die." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, and the space around Mu Niannian instantly became illusory. In the next moment, the space around Mu Niannian had transformed into a blood-red space. Mu Niannian's eyes narrowed. She suddenly drew her sword and slashed. Chi. As the sword slashed down, the blood-red space trembled, but it was not damaged in the slightest. Mu Niannian's brows furrowed slightly when he saw this. At this time, the green Xian sword in Yixian's hand suddenly disappeared, and the green Xian sword slashed at the blood-red space. Chi. The blood-red space trembled slightly, and then was directly cut apart. It was still able to ignore the blood-red space. At the side, Ancient Emperor trembled slightly. In the next instant, his right hand made a grabbing motion, and the green Xian sword was enveloped by a powerful force. In the next instant, the green Xian sword appeared in Ancient Emperor's hand. Yixian was shocked. He wanted to recall the green Xian sword, but he was shocked to find that he could no longer feel the green Xian sword. Ancient Emperor looked at the green Xian sword in his hand and smiled. "Good sword. Especially the tip of the sword. It is the sharpest sword in the world." As he spoke, he looked at Yixian and smiled. "Interesting." Yixian said solemnly, "Sir, we have no grudge." Ancient Emperor suddenly shook his head. "Indeed, we had no grudge before. But now we do. We have waited for so long. And now that this universe has finally recovered, we will not let it go. Of course, there are also you living beings." Yixian was silent. Devouring the universe. Ancient Emperor and the others specialized in devouring the universe and living beings to strengthen themselves. This was a unique cultivation method, rearing the entire universe like pigs. At this time, the little girl suddenly said, "Master, I want to tear him to pieces." As she spoke, she rushed towards Yixian. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He did not make a move immediately. When the little girl rushed to Yixian, Yixian suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, a wave of sword light engulfed him and the little girl. Core sword field. In an instant, Yi Xian and the little girl found themselves in a mysterious space-time abyss. Countless sword qi tore through them. The little girl punched at Yi Xian, and this punch blocked all the sword qi. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. He leaped with the sword and slashed down. Boom! The little girl was sent flying by Yi Xian's sword. At this time, the long-haired girl suddenly disappeared from her spot. In the instant that the long-haired girl disappeared, Yi Xian's pupils shrank. Within his body, countless sword qi suddenly flew out. At this time, a finger pointed. Boom! The wave of sword light shattered, and in the next instant, the finger pointed directly at Yi Xian's chest. Rumble! Yi Xian was sent flying. When he stopped, there was a small goo mark on his chest. The long-haired girl looked at Yi Xian. Have a taste of death. As she spoke, the goo mark suddenly wriggled. In the next instant, Yi Xian's eyes widened. He realized that the goo had entered his blood vessels and was devouring his blood. After the goo devoured a drop of his blood, the goo seemed to have encountered something terrifying. It began to wriggle wildly, trying to escape from Yi Xian's body. But it was too late. Boom! The goo was devoured by Yi Xian's blood. In the next moment, terrifying energy erupted from the goo, and all of it was absorbed by Yi Xian's blood. At the same time, his blood started to boil, and his aura skyrocketed. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of that. Were they here to give him tonics? In the distance, the long-haired girl frowned. How is that possible? The ancient emperor chuckled. This person's bloodline is very special. Your goo can't devour his blood. The long-haired girl said solemnly. That shouldn't be. The ancient emperor laughed. It's quite unbelievable indeed. Even I've never seen such bloodline power. The long-haired girl looked at Yi Xian. He's mine. The little girl suddenly raged. He's mine. The long-haired girl glanced at the little girl. You can have his skin, and I'll have his blood. How about that? The little girl thought about it and said, all right. Meanwhile, Heaven Loathsome suddenly said, aren't all of you not giving King Kaoshan face? The long-haired girl looked at Heaven Loathsome, and he said indifferently, don't say I didn't warn all of you. King Kaoshan isn't an ordinary person. A mocking smile curled up the corners of the long-haired girl's mouth. Do you think we're ordinary? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly charged forward and pointed a finger at Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He leaped up and slashed down with his sword, and it struck the long-haired girl's finger. Bang! The sword shattered, and Yi Xian was sent flying several tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as he came to a stop, an afterimage flashed across the battlefield. If this afterimage had said that it would last, time and space would have been forcefully torn apart and shattered. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and the blood within him started to boil. A blood-red sword suddenly appeared in his hand. A sword condensed from his own blood. Blood as a sword. Yi Xian sheathed the blood-red sword and drew it swiftly. Hiss. As soon as he drew it, the space in the surroundings actually exploded apart. Bang. As Yi Xian's sword descended, the long-haired woman was directly pushed back by his sword, and she was pushed back tens of thousands of meters. As soon as she stopped moving, she fell directly into an unknown and mysterious space-time abyss, and there were close to 100 strands of blood-red sword qi on her body. It was an extremely shocking sight. Heaven Loathsome and Bai Zhao's expressions became solemn when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian's battle prowess was a little exaggerated. Even though he wasn't a member of the Circle of Masters, ordinary members of the Circle of Masters weren't a match for him. Not to mention members of the Circle of Masters. Even some members of the Circle of Masters might not be a match for him. Meanwhile, Bai Zhao suddenly said, Heaven Loathsome, what do you think? Heaven Loathsome glanced at Bai Zhao. What do you mean? Bai Zhao smiled and said, you can't be thinking that their targets are just this King Kaoshan and that sword cultivator woman, right? Heaven Loathsome frowned slightly. Bai Zhao gazed at Heaven Loathsome. What do you think will happen if King Kaoshan and the swordsman leave? Heaven Loathsome was silent. The ancient emperor and the others were targeting the eternal origin realm. If Yi Xian and the swordsman left, they would undoubtedly be the next targets of the ancient emperor and the others. Bai Zhao said plainly, now we are watching him get beaten up. Later on, he might be the one watching us get beaten up. Because he isn't from the eternal origin realm, and has no kin here. He can completely ignore this place. But we can't. This is our home, isn't it? Moreover, your heaven-forsaken tribe was destroyed by these guys back then. Do you think they will let your heaven-forsaken tribe off? Heaven Loathsome was expressionless and didn't speak. From afar, the long-haired girl suddenly lifted her head and looked at Yi Xian. You make me very angry. Yi Xian grinned. If you want to fight, then fight. Can you stop acting tough in front of me? As he spoke, he charged out. As he charged, a sea of blood light swept across the battlefield. In an instant, the entire sky was turned into a sea of blood. Bloodline power. From afar, the long-haired girl's eyes flashed with savagery. She suddenly opened her right hand, and a long blade appeared in it. In the next instant, she gripped the hilt with both hands, charged forward and slashed down. Break. The blade fell, and the heavens and earth shook. Boom. The sea of blood was torn apart. Immediately after, a sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was sent flying. However, the long blade in the long-haired girl's hand was also reduced to ashes. Not only that, but her right arm was also sliced off by Yi Xian's sword. Yi Xian didn't fare any better. His body was split open, and there was a deep cut on his chest. His organs were visible. Both sides were injured. At this critical moment, the girl in the distance suddenly charged at Yi Xian. Obviously, she wanted to snatch the kill. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes when he saw her charge at him, and he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Heaven Loathsome suddenly obstructed the young girl's path. The young girl gazed coldly at Heaven Loathsome. Fuck off. Heaven Loathsome suddenly vanished on the spot. A moment later, the young girl's pupils constricted, and she swiftly raised her arms to block. Bang! The young girl was blasted flying by a single punch from Heaven Loathsome. Heaven Loathsome was just about to follow up with another attack, when she seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly turned around and pressed her right hand down. The expanse of space before her instantly started to seethe. Bang! A blood-red spike suddenly stabbed towards her. In the next moment, it pierced through that expanse of space, and then it shot straight into Heaven Loathsome's right hand. Bang! Heaven Loathsome was pushed over 30 kilometers back, and then the spike nailed her to an expanse of space. She defeated Heaven Loathsome with a single move. Bai Xiao suddenly said, I surrender. Chapter 2025. Surrender. Bai Xiao had wanted to join forces with Yi Xian, Heaven Gloom, and the others to fight against the ancient emperor and the others. But when the ancient emperor attacked, she lost all hope. How terrifying was Heaven Gloom. But he could not even take a single blow from the ancient emperor. Continuing to resist was just a pointless sacrifice. As for the woman in the plain dress behind Yi Xian, the woman in the plain dress could defeat Heaven Gloom, and the ancient emperor could defeat Heaven Gloom. Their strength should be on par. But her intuition told her that the ancient emperor was stronger than the woman in the plain dress. Why? Because the ancient emperor controlled the green Xian sword. The green Xian sword had been forged by the woman in the plain dress, and it could be controlled by the ancient emperor. The difference in their strength was obvious. Besides, the ancient emperor had not shown his true strength yet. He had defeated Heaven Gloom with a casual blow. A casual blow could defeat the powerful Heaven Gloom. What was there to play? In the distance, Yi Xian glanced at Bai Xiao. He had to admit he was a little surprised. In his view, the one most likely to surrender was Heaven Gloom. After all, Heaven Gloom was at odds with him and had no choice but to kill him. But he had not expected Heaven Gloom to not surrender. Not only did he not surrender, but he even helped him. And Bai Xiao had surrendered. Sometimes life was like this. The way things developed was completely different from what one had imagined. From the side, the ancient emperor looked at Bai Xiao, his lips curling. Surrender? Bai Xiao nodded. The ancient emperor smiled. Why should I accept your surrender? Bai Xiao smiled and said, From what you said just now, I know that you'll leave some people alive so that this universe can flourish. In other words, you won't completely exterminate all the living beings in this universe, right? The ancient emperor nodded. Yes. Bai Xiao looked at the ancient emperor. Then I want to live. And of course my people. The ancient emperor looked at Bai Xiao. Why should I let you live? Give me a reason. Bai Xiao smiled. My death will do you no good. My life can save you a lot of trouble. After all, I understand this universe better. The ancient emperor looked at Bai Xiao for a long time, then smiled. I accept your surrender. Do you know why I accept your surrender? Bai Xiao shook her head. The ancient emperor smiled. Because you are a smart person. I like smart people. Bai Xiao was silent. Ancient emperor turned to look at Mu Niannian, who was still trapped. Miss, if you are willing to surrender, I will not kill you. Mu Niannian looked at the ancient emperor and smiled. I don't like to surrender. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly took a step forward, and then she tapped the blood-red expanse of space in front of her. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the blood-red space-time directly turned into nothingness. Surprise flashed in the ancient emperor's eyes. You're really something. Seems like I've underestimated you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, and then he smashed his fist towards Mu Niannian. This punch caused the space in front of Mu Niannian to warp and be destroyed. In the distance, Mu Niannian suddenly opened her palm, and countless strands of sword qi surged out from her palm. In an instant, the space around her was covered by countless strands of sword qi. Boom. Countless strands of sword qi twisted and contorted at this moment. However, those strands of sword qi blocked all the power of the ancient emperor's punch. The ancient emperor frowned. In the next instant he punched again. Boom. All the strands of sword qi shattered, and at this moment, Mu Niannian appeared beside Yi Xian. The ancient emperor looked at Mu Niannian. I've still underestimated you. Mu Niannian turned to look at Yi Xian. Do you want to leave first? Yi Xian said solemnly. Are you going to stay and beat them up? Mu Niannian smiled. This person is very strong. Until now he has not shown his true strength. I'm not confident that I can beat him. Moreover, the black-robed man beside him is also very strong. Both of them are not people that you can handle right now. Yi Xian looked at Mu Niannian. I won't let you stay here alone. Once Sister Nian had died because of him. He had sworn that he would never let Sister Nian be hurt because of him again. Never. Mu Niannian smiled faintly. Sister Nian is not your Qing'er. Anyone can kill her in an instant. I dare not guarantee that I can protect you. Yi Xian smiled. I will face it with you. I will not be a burden to you now, will I? Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian for a long time, and then smiled. You've grown up. At this moment, Heaven Loathsome's right hand suddenly gripped the spike. In the next instant she pulled it out. Everyone looked at Heaven Loathsome. Heaven Loathsome's expression was ferocious. She looked up at the distant ancient emperor. Again. As soon as she spoke, her eyes suddenly turned a strange pure white. In the next moment, she leaped up and shot forward in a beam of white light. Boom. In an instant, the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of li boiled. Yi Xian's eyelid twitched when he saw this. Damn, this woman is fierce. In the distance, ancient emperor's eyes flashed with surprise. You actually awakened the white eye? Interesting. As soon as he spoke, he pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. Boom. The beam of white light was stopped by his finger. At this moment, Heaven Loathsome, who was within the white light, suddenly stabbed down with the ancient spear in her hand. Pust. This stab caused a sharp tearing sound to suddenly resound. Ancient Emperor's fingers suddenly clamped down on the ancient spear. Heaven Loathsome's eyes flashed, and she twisted her right hand. Boom. In an instant, the space within hundreds of thousands of li started to burn. As for Ancient Emperor, he was as solid as a rock. He didn't budge at all. At this time, Ancient Emperor's two fingers tightened slightly. Boom. The ancient spear shattered, and Heaven Loathsome was sent flying. When she was a few hundred zhang away, a hand caught her. It was Mu Niannian's hand. Heaven Loathsome looked at Mu Niannian but didn't speak. Mu Niannian looked at Ancient Emperor in the distance and smiled. I think you must be very lonely. The loneliness of invincibility. Am I right? Ancient Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange light. I have to say that I really admire you. You are not only strong, but your wisdom is unparalleled as well. Moon Yin smiled. I know someone. He is very strong. I think he can bring you excitement. Ancient Emperor smiled. Is that so? Moon Yin nodded. Yes. Ancient Emperor looked at Moon Yin. Then I must meet him. Moon Yin smiled. I will take you to him. Ancient Emperor smiled. Then I will trouble you. At this time, Bai Xiao suddenly said, Sir, this person might be up to no good. Moon Yin looked at Bai Xiao and smiled. Miss, you are smart, and you know how to pick sides. But miss, you do not understand this ancient emperor's mind. For an expert of his level, defeat is more than he can ask for. Bai Xiao looked at Moon Yin but didn't speak. From the side, ancient emperor smiled. Miss, you are right. In these years, I have roamed a few universes, but I have not found an opponent. If someone can defeat me, it will not be a bad thing for me. Moon Yin smiled. Then let's go. After saying this, she grabbed Yi Xian's hand and turned to leave. As though thinking of something, Moon Yin turned to Heaven Loathsome. Miss Heaven Loathsome, you come too. Heaven Loathsome pondered for a moment, then followed. From afar, Ancient Emperor smiled. Then followed Yi Xian and Moon Yin with his people. Bai Xiao was silent for a moment, then followed. Was the woman in the plain dress really stronger than Ancient Emperor? She didn't know. She only knew that she had no way out. The choice just now was a bet. A bet that Ancient Emperor was stronger than the woman in the plain dress. If she won the bet, then she and the Divine Wilderness tribe could survive. Not only that, but they would also be the only tribe in the universe origin realm that could survive. At that time, the entire universe origin realm would belong to the Divine Wilderness tribe. And if she lost the bet, Bai Xiao didn't continue thinking about this problem. From afar, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Sister Nian, are we going to the Milky Way? Moon Yin turned to look at Yi Xian. Why are we going to the Milky Way? Yi Xian said solemnly, Aren't we going to find Qing Air? Moon Yin shook her head. Not going. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then who are we going to find? Is it Dad? Or Big Brother? But do you know where they are? Moon Yin shook her head. I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. If they weren't looking for Qing Air, or Dad or Big Brother, then who was Sister Nian going to find? Who else could kill Ancient Emperor? At this moment, Moon Yin suddenly laughed. Don't think too much. You will know soon enough. From the side, Heaven Loathsome suddenly said, Sir, you don't seem to be weaker than Ancient Emperor. Moon Yin laughed. You think too little of him. Heaven Loathsome frowned. What do you mean? Yi Xian also looked curiously at Moon Yin. Actually, he could feel that Sister Nian was not weaker than Ancient Emperor, but she had no intention of fighting him. At this moment, Moon Yin suddenly said, It's normal that you can't tell. After all, his current strength is far beyond the scope of this universe Yuan realm. His spirit and consciousness have already become one with this universe Yuan realm. Simply put, when he devoured the life energy of this universe, he destroyed the Tendo of this universe Yuan realm, and he himself became that Tendo. Not only that, but he is much, much stronger than that Tendo of the past. If you fight him, unless you destroy and shatter the entire universe Yuan realm, you will never be able to kill him. And if you destroy and shatter the entire universe Yuan realm, then it means that countless lives in the universe Yuan realm will be destroyed. Do you understand? Heaven Loathsome said solemnly. In that case, if he stands in the universe Yuan realm, he will be invincible. Moon Yin laughed. You can understand it that way, because he will not give you the chance to destroy the universe Yuan realm. Yi Xian wanted to say more, but Moon Yin suddenly said, We're here. Hearing this, she stopped in her tracks. Yi Xian looked into the distance. Not far away, there was a grass hut, and in front of the grass hut was a garden. Which great god lived here? Yi Xian was curious. Chapter 2026. At this moment, the door to the straw hut opened, and a girl walked out. She wore a simple dress, and her long hair fell over her shoulders. She looked quiet and elegant. And Yi Xian knew this girl. It was Miss Ding. Miss Ding was slightly taken aback when she saw Moon Yin. Clearly, she had not expected Moon Yin to come. Moon Yin walked into the garden and smiled. Did I disturb you? Miss Ding looked at the ancient emperor and the others and smiled. You're too polite. As she spoke, she put down the flower basket in her hand and looked at Yi Xian. Come here. Yi Xian hesitated, then walked over to Miss Ding. Miss Ding smiled. Do you hate your father? Yi Xian blinked. I wouldn't dare. Miss Ding shook her head and smiled. If you wouldn't dare, then you must be holding a grudge. Yi Xian did not speak. He was not a brainless Xiaota who dared to say anything. When his father beat someone, it was no joke. Besides, he could not retaliate. Wasn't it natural for a father to beat his son? Miss Ding suddenly pointed to a stalk of grass. Do you see this? Yi Xian looked at the stalk of grass, confused. Miss Ding smiled. This stalk of grass has weathered countless storms, but it survived. Not only did it survive, but it's alive and well. As she spoke, she took out a beautiful flower from her flower basket. This is a peony. It's beautiful, but it can only survive in a greenhouse. In terms of vitality, it is far from this stalk of grass. I've told you before that your father's experience was completely different from yours. He grew up without a father and had to depend on his mother and sister. Later on, your grandmother also died a tragic death. His life was very bitter, but it was precisely this bitterness that shaped him. At this point, she smiled. Kid, you might think it's hard for you, but compared to your father, your life is like a cheat. Yi Xian was silent, but he asked in his heart, Xiaota, did Aunt Ding lie to me? After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, Master's life is indeed very perturbed. Moreover, his temperament is very unyielding, much more so than yours. He seemed to be very easy to talk to now, usually smiling, but that was because he basically had no opponents now. In the past, he was either fighting or on his way to fight every day. Burning one's physical body, burning one's soul, that was a common thing. As for you, young master, to be honest, although your enemies are a little abnormal, they didn't ask you to fight them. Every time you fight with your life on the line, someone will help you. Yi Xian frowned. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm just a second-generation heir? Xiaota said in a deep voice. Your question makes me speechless. Aren't you? Yi Xian. Xiaota continued. You and Master have one thing in common, and that is that both of you are very shameless, but you have done it to the extreme. Yi Xian. Xiaota said again. And there is still a difference in your personalities. Master used to be very extreme, especially after he activated his bloodline. He even killed his own people. But you activate your bloodline like you're drunk. What a showy show. Moreover, all you do is show off or brag all day long. Perhaps, this is the life of a second-generation heir. Yi Xian. At this time, Miss Ding in front of Yi Xian said again. He hopes that you will suffer more. This is a good starting point, but his method is not very good. Of course, this is also because he is not very good at communicating. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand what Aunt Ding means. I don't hate him, or should I say, I don't have the right to hate him, if not for him. Speaking up to this point, he did not continue, because he realized that without his father, there seemed to be Qing Er Sai. This F** kept up life. Miss Ding clearly understood what Yi Xian was thinking, and could not help but shake her head and smile. At this time, the little girl who was holding the tattered doll in the distance suddenly said, Are we here to chat with you? Miss Ding looked at the little girl, and the little girl looked at Miss Ding. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and a somewhat sinister smile appeared. Your skin is not bad. If you make it into a doll, it will definitely be very good. Miss Ding said with a smile. You may not have this chance. The little girl was about to speak, but Xiaota suddenly said, Little girl, you better watch your mouth. You can insult the young master, but you better not be mean to my mistress. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Damn, Xiaota, what nonsense are you saying? The little girl glanced at Yi Xian's abdomen and said mockingly, What kind of trash are you? Are you even worthy to speak to me? Xiaota sighed softly. You idiot. You are comparable to that Tian Yi of the past. Is he calling you? Yi Xian. The little girl frowned slightly. Tian Yi? What kind of trash is that? How can he be compared to me? Xiaota. At this moment, Ancient Emperor suddenly smiled and said, Miss, Where is the person you are talking about? Person? The little girl's face was full of mockery. They are just wasting time. As she spoke, she looked at Miss Ding and sneered. Didn't you want to call for help? Hurry up and call for help. I'm waiting for you. Miss Ding glanced at the little girl and said with a smile, All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly took out a small wooden sword, looked at the small wooden sword in her hand, and smiled slightly. In the next moment, a wave of xianqi surged into the small wooden sword. The small wooden sword suddenly trembled slightly, and in the next moment, boom! In the sky, space suddenly split open, and a sword light fell straight down. In the next moment, a man in green clothes appeared. He'd arrived in an instant. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched when he witnessed this scene. Looks like Aunt Ding has a very high status in my father's heart. He'd arrived in an instant. Ancient Emperor's eyes instantly narrowed when the man in green clothes appeared here. On the other hand, Bai Xiao frowned. At this moment, a trace of uneasiness arose in her heart. However, she was slightly puzzled. Why wasn't the woman in a plain dress here? The man in green clothes walked over to Miss Ding, and then he grinned. Are you all right? Miss Ding shook her head. I'm fine. The man in green clothes turned around to look at Yi Xian. You're here as well. Yi Xian was speechless. I thought you didn't see me. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao suddenly floated over to the man in green clothes. Master! That little girl scolded mistress just now. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it! This fellow even knows how to tell on me. The man's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and then he gazed at the little girl who held a doll in her arms. Xiaoyao, she scolded you? Ding Xiaoyao grinned. It's normal for children to be immature. The man in green clothes spoke indifferently. Immature? The little girl gazed coldly at the man in green clothes. I scolded her. Bite me. The man in green clothes was slightly stunned. Is she that arrogant? The little girl intended to say something, but a sword suddenly stabbed into her mouth. Bang! The little girl was instantly nailed to the spot while blood surged incessantly from her mouth, and she wasn't able to speak a single word. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Ancient Emperor gazed at the man in green clothes while a rare trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. On the other hand, Bai Zhao's expression had turned unsightly. The man in green clothes glanced at the little girl and chuckled. That's it? Everyone was speechless. The little girl gazed at the man in green clothes. She wanted to move, but she noticed to her astonishment that she couldn't move at all. Meanwhile, Ancient Emperor suddenly said, Do you only know how to bully children? The man in green clothes suddenly turned to look at Ancient Emperor, and then he flicked his thumb lightly. The sword in his sheath suddenly flew out. Ancient Emperor's pupils constricted, and then he took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. This punch actually caused the space in an area of a few million kilometers to split apart. At the same time, countless strands of mysterious energy surged out like a tidal wave, and instantly converged into Ancient Emperor's fist. This punch had converged the energy of countless planes of space. It could be said that Ancient Emperor was one with countless planes of space. In order to defeat him, one had to possess strength that surpassed the strength of countless planes of space. Meanwhile, the man's sword arrived. Everyone watched as the man's sword sliced through the formidable energy like it was tofu, and then it stabbed into Ancient Emperor's right fist. Hiss! The sword stabbed into Ancient Emperor's body. Bang! Ancient Emperor's body shook violently like a deflated balloon, and countless strands of energy seeped out from within him. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Ancient Emperor was instantly killed with a single strike? Instantly killed? The long-haired woman and the black-robed man beside Ancient Emperor were also petrified. They had followed Ancient Emperor for a very long time, and in their hearts, Ancient Emperor's strength was invincible. Truly invincible. Back when Eternal Yuan Realm was destroyed, Ancient Emperor only made a move once. At that time, he only used one move to kill the strongest person in Eternal Yuan Realm at that time. Since then, Ancient Emperor had never made a move again, because no one was worthy of him. But now, Ancient Emperor had been instantly killed with a single strike. At the side, Bai Zhao's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, and her mind was blank. This terrifying ancient emperor was actually defeated with a single strike? She knew that she had lost the gamble. On the other side, Tianyan could not help but take a look at Yi Xian. Damn, this King Kaoshan is really invincible. Ancient Emperor was also a little stunned. He did not expect that he would be killed with a single strike. He did not hold back in his punch just now, because the man in green clothes before him made him feel danger. And he did not expect that the man in green clothes' sword would be so terrifying that it easily broke through the power of his punch. At this moment, the man in green clothes at the side glanced at Ancient Emperor. That's it. Everyone. The man in green clothes suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that this was not good. His father might be looking for trouble with him. The man in green clothes looked at Yi Xian. If you really want to cause trouble, can you make it bigger? Look at your enemies. So weak. Every time I come, I finish them with a single strike. It's really boring, don't you know? As he spoke, he paused and continued. It's really boring. It's like you've traveled hundreds of millions of star fields to kill an ant. Depressing. Everyone. Chapter 2027. Hearing the green-robed man's words, everyone's expressions turned strange. This terrifying ancient emperor was just an ant in the eyes of this green-robed man? Ant. Tianyan glanced at the green-robed man. Father and son indeed, both liked to act tough. However, this father was really awesome. Yi Xian was very speechless at the moment. Watching his dad acting tough, he could do nothing about it. This feeling was really uncomfortable. In the distance, Ancient Emperor looked at the green-robed man blankly. Who are you? The green-robed man glanced at Ancient Emperor and pointed at Yi Xian. Do you know that he is my son? Ancient Emperor shook his head. The green-robed man was expressionless. You know, and you still dare to bully him. Ancient Emperor's expression froze. Didn't you see me shake my head? If I knew that he had such a terrifying father, I wouldn't have dared to attack him even if you beat me to death. Although he was confident, that was against ordinary people. Against this green-robed man, he had no right to be so confident. At this moment, the green-robed man was about to attack when Mu Nian suddenly said, He is one with the universe. If you kill him, that universe. The green-robed man smiled. Small matter. At the side, the black-robed man beside Ancient Emperor suddenly said, Sir, we are from the Demon Meridians. The green-robed man looked at the black-robed man. Demon Meridians? The black-robed man looked at the green-robed man. With your strength, you must have heard of the Demon Meridians. The green-robed man shook his head. Never heard of it. The black-robed man frowned. How is that possible? How can you not have heard of the Demon Meridians? The green-robed man smiled. Are you trying to say that you have a powerful backer? The black-robed man looked at the green-robed man. Yes. He knew that unless the green-robed man was afraid of them, they would die. The green-robed man smiled. It's good to have a backer. With that he paused. Unlike me, I am invincible and don't need a backer. Sigh. The crowd. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it. Since when was his father so pretentious? Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly said, Have you really not heard of devil veins? The azure-robed man smiled and said, If I let you call for people, how long will it take for them to arrive? The black-robed man stared at the green-robed man without saying a word. At this moment, the green-robed man suddenly shook his head. Forget it. Don't waste time. Playing with you guys is really too boring. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his left hand suddenly unsheathed. Chi. Ancient Emperor and the others were instantly obliterated by a strand of sword energy. However, there were still two people left. One was Bai Xiao, and the other was the little girl holding the tattered doll. Bai Xiao lowered her head slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. The little girl looked at the green-robed man in horror, not knowing what he was going to do. The green-clothed man glanced at the little girl. I hate people with cheap mouths the most. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed with his finger, and then a strand of sword light shot directly into the little girl's chest. In the next moment, the little girl was instantly nailed into a spatial abyss. The green-clothed man said, I'll nail you here for 1,000 years. If you're able to survive after 1,000 years, then that's your fortune." As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. "Let's go for a walk." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Dad, can you help me with something?" The green-clothed man shook his head. "No." Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao suddenly tugged on the green-clothed man's arm. The green-clothed man was slightly helpless, and Ding Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at him. The green-clothed man took Ding Xiaoyao's hand, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. "Tell me about it." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Damn it. My dad doesn't really want to help me." Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and said, "Dad, can you help big sister Nian improve?" "Mu Nian Nian." The green-clothed man glanced at Mu Nian Nian, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. "My silly son. You underestimate this big sister Nian of yours. She doesn't need anyone's help at all." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The green-clothed man shook his head slightly. "Up until now, Miss Nian has the highest chance of attaining our level." Yi Xian gazed at Mu Nian Nian, and Mu Nian Nian blinked but didn't say anything. The green-clothed man continued, "She." At this point he shook his head. "Let's not talk about Miss Nian anymore." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The green-clothed man said, "Because your level isn't high enough, and you can't come into contact with some things. So there's no point in telling you, understand?" Yi Xian was speechless. The green-clothed man glanced at Yi Xian, and a trace of pity flashed through the depths of his eyes when he noticed the injuries on Yi Xian's body. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but there's no point in telling you now. Besides that, some things are only interesting when you discover them yourself. Life is life, and the life that others tell you about, and the life that you've experienced are completely different. Understand?" His tone was much gentler. Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." The green-clothed man suddenly gazed at Heaven Loath and Bai Xiao. "Are they your friends?" Yi Xian glanced at Heaven Loath. "She's half." "Half?" The green-clothed man grinned. He opened his palm, and a strand of sword light entered the space between Heaven Loath's brows. Boom! An extremely terrifying and powerful aura suddenly erupted from Heaven Loath's body. Yi Xian was slightly curious. "Father, what's this?" The green-clothed man smiled. "She's the one who broke the circle. However, she's at the end of her path now. I'm opening a new path for her, so that she can save some time. As for how she goes and where she goes, it's up to her." Yi Xian's expression turned solemn when he heard this. This was equivalent to giving her a new lease of life. This wasn't a matter of saving some time, because some people might not be able to find a new path throughout their entire lives. Moreover, could the path that his father had opened for Heaven Loath be ordinary? Absolutely not. This woman, Heaven Loath, is about to soar. Bai Xiao glanced at the green-clothed man, and no one knew what she was thinking. The green-clothed man suddenly said, "Let's take a walk." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." Both of them walked towards the distance. On the way, the green-clothed man suddenly smiled and asked, "Do you know where we are now?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Xiao Ta said that all of you have been wandering aimlessly all day." Xiao Ta was stunned within his body. "Holy shit. Did I say that? This young master is so inhumane." The green-clothed man glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "That's what you think." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, my master isn't an idiot. Otherwise, I would probably be beaten up. This young master is too dangerous. I have to be on guard in the future." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Father, can you tell me how far away I am from the two of you? Or should I say, the distance between me and the two of you? How many realms are there in this world? Let me be mentally prepared." The green-clothed man was silent. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Don't tell me you don't know either." The green-clothed man smiled and said, "Actually, this universe is a bit ket up." Yi Xian was speechless. The green-clothed man looked into the distance and said softly, "Your brother and I once tore through time and space all the way to the depths of this endless universe. But, speaking of this, he looked at Yi Xian. There is no end. When we tear a universe, a new unknown universe will appear. I can tell you this, from here, there are at least tens of thousands of civilized universes in front of us. And some of them are quite good. Tens of thousands of universes. Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, he felt that both his balls were hurting. Damn it. This was the rhythm of going crazy. At this moment, the green-clothed man suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, this is quite good. Do you know why?" Yi Xian looked at the green-clothed man, and the green-clothed man looked into the depths of the universe. If we really reach the end of the universe and still don't find anyone strong, then the three of us will have a battle. Saying so, he looked at Yi Xian. The three of us claim to be invincible, but we need to fight to know who is truly invincible. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Father, who do you think is stronger among the three of you?" The green-clothed man asked in return, "What do you think?" This was a question that would lead to death. Yi Xian did not answer. He was not a brainless guy like Xiaota. The green-clothed man smiled and said, "My sword Dao and your brother's sword Dao is different from Tianming's sword Dao. She is actually not just a sword Dao cultivator. She plays with everything. I have to say, in terms of talent, your brother and I are not as good as her. However, we have each reached the peak of our Dao. The only thing that can pose a threat to us is her sword Dao." Saying so, he shook his head slightly. "I'll be honest with you. The three of us are confident that we can win and kill each other." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why?" The green-clothed man's lips curled up slightly. "Because for now we are really invincible." "Yi Xian," the green-clothed man said again. "However, we still don't dare to fight. I should say Tianming and I don't dare to fight." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The green-clothed man looked at Yi Xian. "Because of you. We will only fight when we reach the end of the universe, and make sure that no one can pose a fatal threat to you. But now we have not reached the end of the universe. In other words, we are not sure if there is a powerful existence comparable to us in the depths of the universe. Moreover," saying so, he frowned slightly, "some uncertain factors and the unknown are what we are most worried about. To put it simply, the stronger you are, the higher your realm, the more you know, and the more you know, the more you might have to worry about." As he said that, he shook his head. "Actually, Tianming and I are a little envious of your brother. Your brother is really alone in the world. Damn, he's a bachelor. Whenever he thinks about it, he really wants to die. Let me tell you, he's wanted to look for Tianming several times. Do you know why I brought him along? I was afraid that he would not be able to resist looking for Tianming. To him, if he can kill Tianming, that's naturally good. If Tianming kills him, that's even better. And Tianming is also a hot-tempered person. If Swordsman looks for her, she will definitely do it." Saying so, he sighed softly. "Your brother is a bachelor and does not care about anything. To him, death is a release. Anyway, he doesn't have a wife, so he is not afraid at all. But your father is not. Your father still has you and your brother and sister. I have to think about your future." Yi Xian was silent. Chapter 2028. Hearing the green-robed man's words, Yi Xian's heart was filled with warmth. The green-robed man smiled. "The three of us will have a battle eventually. But before that, I hope you have the strength to protect yourself. As I said before, I hope you can walk the long road of life by yourself. You should taste all the bitterness and sweetness yourself. Only then will your life be meaningful." As he spoke, he patted Yi Xian's shoulder. "Dad is invincible. That's not awesome. You're awesome yourself. Do you understand?" Yi Xian nodded. The green-robed man smiled. "Then our conversation ends here." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Dad, how is Mom?" The green-robed man smiled. "Kid, I thought you forgot about your mother." Yi Xian was silent. The green-robed man said softly, "She's fine. She just misses you a little. She's working hard to cultivate. She's working harder than before. I know she's guessed something. That's why she's working so hard. I hope she can help you in the future." As he spoke, he shook his head. "She's even formed a mysterious force for you. I'm having a headache." Yi Xian's heart felt warm. The green-robed man continued. "Chat over. I'm leaving." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Dad, what is the devil vein that the black-robed man mentioned?" The green-robed man shook his head. "I really don't know." Yi Xian said in a deep voice. It sounds very powerful. You've killed their people. Will they come for revenge? The green-robed man smiled. Are you afraid? Yi Xian said seriously. Of course not. The green-robed man nodded. It's good that you're not afraid. Why would my son be afraid? If they come for you, kill them. I believe you can do it. Yi Xian's expression froze. The green-robed man suddenly turned to look at Ding Xiaoyao in the distance. He smiled. Let's go. Ding Xiaoyao hesitated for a moment before she said, I don't want to go around. The green-clothed man walked over to Ding Xiaoyao and said softly, I've found an especially quiet place for you. No one will disturb you there. Ding Xiaoyao looked at the green-robed man. Really? The green-robed man nodded. Ding Xiaoyao thought for a moment, then turned to look at Mu Nian. Miss Nian, are you interested in hanging out with me for a while? After a brief pondering, Mu Nian smiled. Of course. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. She opened her palm, and Xiao Ta appeared within it. In the next moment, Enlanxiu, Zhang Wenxiu, and Yi Ling appeared. Mu Nian gazed at Ding Xiaoyao, and Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Enlanxiu and said, Let her go with Jing. The azure-clothed man glanced at Enlanxiu and nodded slightly. All right. Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Zhang Wenxiu. What about her? The green-clothed man pondered deeply for a moment before he said, Let her go with big sister Xiao. Ding Xiaoyao grinned. That's quite suitable. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Ling. The green-clothed man thought for a moment and said, Let her go with me. Love me, love my dog. Even though Yi Ling wasn't his biological son, he knew that Yi Ling and Yi Xian had a deep relationship. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. After all, Yi Ling would truly be invincible in the future if she stayed by his father's side. Meanwhile, the green-clothed man suddenly turned around, and he frowned slightly. Time reversal? As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his fingers together. A ray of light pierced through an expanse of space not too far away from him. A strand of blood seeped out slowly from there, but it didn't take long for it to vanish. All of them were quite stunned. Mu Nian took a deep glance at that expanse of space, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ding Xiaoyao walked over to the green-clothed man's side and asked softly, What's wrong? The green-clothed man smiled. It's nothing. Someone is reversing time in the future to recreate everything that happened here. Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, the green-clothed man slashed with his sword. A spatial tunnel suddenly appeared in the distance, and Yi Xian saw a woman at the end of it. Big Sister Shui. Big Sister Shui seemed to have sensed something, and she suddenly turned around. At the next moment, she wanted to flee, but a ray of light locked onto her in an instant. Yang Yanxue glared at the green-clothed man. Dad. The green-clothed man spoke indifferently. How shameless can you be? I've brought you along since you were young, yet you can't even defeat your younger brother now. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Yang Yanxue was slightly displeased. My younger brother is all showy and always seeks help from Tianming. How could I possibly defeat him? Yi Xian's face darkened. The green-clothed man felt a headache coming on as well. Your mother asked me to take you back. It's up to you whether you want to go back or not. Mother. Yang Nianshue's expression changed slightly, and a short while passed before she spoke reluctantly. Fine. The green-clothed man pressed his fingers together, and then a ray of light appeared beneath Yang Nianshue's feet. A moment later, Yang Nianxue was teleported here. Yang Nianxue glanced at Yi Xian, and then she chuckled. Brother, did someone beat you up again? Did you ask Dad to help you? Yi Xian walked over to Yang Nianshue's side and said, Big sister, I risked my life for you just now. You're going to leave now. Shouldn't you give me some sort of benefit? He knew that his older sister definitely had a huge amount of treasures. Yang Nianxue blinked. Isn't it natural for a younger brother to risk his life for his older sister? Yi Xian was flabbergasted. Yang Nianxue patted Yi Xian lightly on the shoulder and spoke seriously. Brother, you have to do your best. I'm going to enjoy life with Dad. Yi Xian was at a loss for words. Yang Nianxue intended to say something, but the green-clothed man suddenly said, Why are you acting all over the place now? Yang Nianxue walked over to the green-clothed man's side and smiled. Father, do you want me to stay behind and fight by your side? I don't want to be a second-generation disciple that relies on my parents for everything. I want to rely on myself as well. Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. Big sister, you should go enjoy life with Dad. Don't follow me. He was really afraid of young Nianxue. She was the #1 trader of everything. Young Nianxue glared at Yi Xian and was about to say something when the green-clothed man suddenly said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and then everyone here vanished. They'd left in a very straightforward manner, and without the slightest hesitation. Only Yi Xian, Heaven Hatred, and Bai Xiao remained here. Yi Xian gazed at the boundless river of stars in the distance and spoke softly, "I'm all alone again." Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, have you forgotten that you still have me?" Yi Xian spoke indifferently, "Are you even human?" Xiao Ta was speechless. Meanwhile, Heaven Loathsome suddenly opened her palm, and then a tiny white vortex suddenly appeared on her palm. Yi Xian gazed at Heaven Hatred and was slightly curious. "Heaven Hatred, what's that?" Heaven Hatred glanced at Yi Xian, and then she put the vortex away and said, "Aren't you leaving with your father?" Yi Xian smiled. "I want to walk my own path." Heaven Hatred spoke seriously. "I think that you're very suitable to be a second-generation disciple." Yi Xian's face darkened. Meanwhile, Heaven Hatred seemed to have thought of something, and she turned around to gaze at Bai Xiao. She removed the scarf on her forehead and said, "Bai Xiao, do you think these 2 words on my forehead look nice?" Yi Xian was speechless. Bai Xiao fell silent. Heaven Hatred was even stronger than before. Heaven Hatred ridiculed. "Bai Xiao, you've been acting according to the wind your entire life. I never expected that you'd lose at the most critical moment." Bai Xiao nodded. "I did." As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. "I never expected that young Master Ye's background would actually be so great. Unfortunately, I didn't choose to ride on young Master Ye's coattails." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Bai Xiao, you're a smart person. Unfortunately, you're a person without principles." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He didn't kill Bai Xiao because it wasn't necessary. After Yi Xian left, Heaven Hatred looked at Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao smiled. "Heaven Hatred, you've won." Heaven Hatred looked at Bai Xiao. "You're quite a character. Are you going to commit suicide, or should I kill you?" Bai Xiao chuckled. "I want to see the strength of those above the inner circle." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a powerful aura suddenly swept out from her body. Boom. The space-time around Bai Xiao boiled at that moment. The inner circle. Heaven Hatred looked at Bai Xiao. "So you've been hiding your cultivation level all along." Bai Xiao smiled. "I have to hold back, don't I?" Heaven Hatred shook her head. "It's too late." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Bai Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. The next moment, her throat split open, and a stream of blood spurted out. At that moment, Heaven Hatred appeared behind Bai Xiao. "Did you see that?" A blank look appeared in Bai Xiao's eyes. Gradually, the color in her eyes faded. "Let my clansmen go." Heaven Hatred shook her head. "The Divine Wilderness race will all die. Because if you win, the Forsaken Heaven race will all die." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked into the distance. War was not a game. Whoever lost had to die. The color in Bai Xiao's eyes gradually disappeared. She had gambled her entire life, and many times, she had won. It was also because of this that she and the Divine Wilderness race could replace the Forsaken Heaven race. However, she had only lost once, the most crucial time. And this time, she and the Divine Wilderness race were doomed eternally. The moment she completely disappeared, the words that Yi Xian had just said came to her mind. She was very smart, but she had no principles. Just as Bai Xiao's body was about to completely disappear, she said softly, "Father, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect my clansmen." "My clansmen? I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you." As soon as she finished speaking, she completely disappeared. A quarter of an hour later, Heaven Hatred arrived at the gate of Celestial River. As she improved, the experts of the Eternal Essence world were like ants in her eyes. "Massacre." She had massacred all the experts of the 5 clans alone. The experts of the 5 clans could not fight back at all in front of her. At this point, the Forsaken Heaven race had returned to become the strongest race in the Eternal Essence world. At the entrance of the gate of Celestial River, Heaven Hatred sat on a stone step. Not far from her were corpses. These were the corpses of the experts of the 5 clans. The corpses piled up like mountains and the blood flowed like rivers. Heaven Hatred looked at the scene before her and fell into deep thought. Pleasure? No. She did not feel any pleasure from revenge. There was only emptiness. These people had been like ants in front of her. She had just waved her hand, and they had all disappeared. At this moment, she thought of the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man. Weren't they just ants in front of a powerhouse of that level? Although the Forsaken Heaven race had won, in the vast universe, the Forsaken Heaven race was also like an ant. If they provoked someone they should not provoke, it would be like when she and the Forsaken Heaven race faced the plain-dressed woman. At that time, she and the Forsaken Heaven race would not even have a chance to resist. At that time, she and the Forsaken Heaven race might be like the 5 clans now, at the mercy of others. As she thought of this, Heaven Hatred slowly closed her eyes. Father, I will protect the Forsaken Heaven race. With that, she stood up and left. A moment later, an order spread through the Forsaken Heaven race. Heaven Hatred stepped down as the leader of the Forsaken Heaven race, and was succeeded by Fekta. What the Forsaken Heaven race needed was not a leader, but a powerful person. The stronger she was, the safer the Forsaken Heaven race would be. P.S. I haven't asked for votes in 3 days. Chapter 2029. When he learned that the Heavenly Forsaken race had destroyed the 5 races, Yi Xian's expression was very calm. He was not too interested in the matters of the Universe Origin Realm. After the matters of the Universe Origin Realm were over, Yi Xian returned to the alternate world. There were some people he missed here. Yi Xian first went to the Fang and Siyuan sect. On a mountain peak, a woman was looking at the sea of flowers in the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. As if she sensed something, the woman suddenly turned around and saw a man standing not far in front of her. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Miss Lianyun, long time no see." And Lianyun was slightly startled and then said softly, "I thought you wouldn't come back." Yi Xian said with a smile, "How could that be?" With that, he walked to Lianyun's side and glanced at her before saying, "You haven't reached the inaction realm yet?" And Lianyun smiled slightly, "Just a little more." "A little more," Yi Xian said with a smile. "Then I'll have to congratulate you in advance." And Lianyun suddenly looked up into the depths of the vast starry sky and then said softly, "Young Master Yi, Father said that you are very mysterious. I know that you are very powerful. Is the expert of the Universe Origin Realm really much stronger than our inaction realm?" Yi Xian nodded. And Lianyun turned to look at Yi Xian. "There are worlds stronger than the Universe Origin Realm, right?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Yes." And Lianyun frowned slightly. "How many?" Yi Xian thought about it and then said, "Currently there are tens of thousands." And Lianyun's expression froze. After a moment, she shook her head and smiled. "So our alternate world is very small in this vast universe?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "Why are you suddenly so sentimental?" And Lianyun was silent. Yi Xian walked in front of Lianyun and looked at her. "Do you know why I came to find you?" And Lianyun looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian chuckled and said, "Because you are a kind girl." As he spoke, he raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. "I met 2 women in the Eternal Origin world. Both of them are very powerful." At this point, he shook his head and didn't continue. And Lianyun looked at Yi Xian. "You don't like them?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't have the right to dislike them. They did it for themselves and their clansmen. I, Yi Xian, am also selfish. What right does a selfish person have to hate others?" And Lianyun looked at Yi Xian. "I think you're pretty good." Yi Xian laughed and said, "I think you're pretty good too." The two looked at each other and smiled. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a small wooden figure appeared in his hand. The small wooden figure looked exactly like Lianyun. Not only that, but the small wooden figure was also smiling. Yi Xian placed the small wooden figure in Lianyun's hand. Alternate worlds. I've been to too many worlds along the way. In any case, the maps change so often that I've forgotten many worlds. However, I will remember this alternate world, because you are here. And Lianyun looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian took out a storage ring and placed it in Lianyun's hand. These are some resources. They should be helpful to you. And Lianyun still didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled and said, remember, be yourself. Don't make yourself suffer just to cater to others. I'm leaving. After saying this, he turned and left. At this moment, his hand was suddenly pulled back. Yi Xian turned to look at Lianyun. It was Lianyun who was holding his hand. And Lianyun looked at Yi Xian and gently hugged Yi Xian. Then she whispered a few words in Yi Xian's ear. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. At this moment, Lianyun turned and left. In the same place, Yi Xian didn't say anything for a long time. An hour later, Yi Xian arrived at Daoling Palace. Inside the palace, there were only Yi Xian, Daoling, and Yan Bianshan. Daoling sized up Yi Xian and said with a smile, I can't see through you anymore. Yi Xian smiled and said, Sister Ling, you can bring Yan Bianshan to the universe origin world and tell him my name. The heaven-forsaken race will welcome you. Daoling blinked. Really? Yi Xian nodded. Daoling smiled and said, thank you in advance. Yi Xian smiled and said, we're on the same side. Daoling's expression was complicated. Back then, Yi Xian had not reached the inaction realm. Now, she could not see through Yi Xian. In a short period of time, things remained the same, but people had changed. They did not talk much. After a while, Yi Xian left Daoling Palace. After Yi Xian left, Yan Bianshan looked at Daoling and said softly, Master, are we going to the universe origin world? After a moment of silence, Daoling smiled and said, no. Yan Bianshan was puzzled. Daoling smiled and said, this is home. Yan Bianshan understood. This time, Yi Xian did not return to Qingcheng. He knew that he still had a long way to go. His father's words worried him. If his father and big brother reached the end of the universe and did not find a powerful enemy, then the three of them would definitely fight. All three of them were invincible. But who was truly invincible? They would only know after fighting. Work hard. Yi Xian did not want to watch helplessly from the side when his father and the other two fought. He did not want any of them to die. Yi Xian suddenly said, Xiao Ta, do you think it's possible for me to defeat my father, Qing and big brother? Xiao Ta hesitated and said, young master, don't scare me. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Xiao Ta said in a low voice, I'm afraid that you're delusional. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said again, your idea is possible, but it's too difficult. Yi Xian said in a low voice, didn't you say that I have some halo? Xiao Ta said indifferently, you think you're invincible just because you have a halo? Young master, don't have such thoughts. Even if you have a halo, it doesn't mean that you're the only one. As a person, don't think too highly of yourself. However, it's not that you don't have a chance, but if you continue to be so flashy, then I think you won't have a chance to surpass them. Unless you create your own shameless path, then I think you might have a chance. After all, you're really shameless. Yi Xian's face suddenly darkened. Xiao Ta hesitated and said, young master, I'm being too direct. You won't be angry, right? Yi Xian said in a low voice, I don't dare to be angry. Xiao Ta did not understand. Why? Yi Xian said, your destiny's tower, the #1 tower in the universe. How would I dare be angry with you? Xiao Ta chuckled. Young master, you have to be low-key. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, Xiao Ta said, young master, I think it's not that you don't have a chance to surpass master and the others. After all, your foundation is better than the three of them. For you, becoming stronger is just a matter of time. Plus, you have a halo. As long as you work hard, even if you don't surpass them in the end, you won't be any worse than them. Isn't there a saying? Everything is possible. Everything is possible. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Little pagoda, you finally said something sensible. Xiao Ta was speechless. 2 hours later, Yi Xian entered the vast starry sky. He had no destination. He needed to rely on his own ability to explore the next universe civilization. In other words, his current goal was to find his dad and big brother. The vast universe was boundless. Yi Xian flew on his sword. He did not move very fast, but slowly. Yi Xian looked at the starry sky around him. It had to be said that this vast starry sky was really beautiful. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, where are we going?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't know." Xiao Ta was a little confused. "You don't know?" Yi Xian nodded. "Wherever we go." Xiao Ta hesitated and then said, "Do you want to cultivate in the pagoda for a while before continuing down?" Yi Xian was a little confused. "Why?" Xiao Ta said seriously. "Because I'm afraid that you will be beaten up when you reach the next universe civilization." Yi Xian was speechless. It had to be said that Xiao Ta's worry was reasonable. Although Ancient Emperor was killed by his dad, he did not forget about the demon veins. Ancient Emperor and the others were from the demon veins. This meant that the demon veins must be a super force. Since his father had killed someone, the demon vein might very well blame it on him. At this thought, Yi Xian's face darkened. Cultivate. He had to cultivate first before heading to the next universe civilization. Break the circle? Yi Xian shook his head. He had no way of breaking the circle. This was because he had chosen to enter the circle. He could only develop within the qing or circle. This might seem like a restriction, but it was not. This was because the qing or circle was limitless. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian entered the Xiao Ta. After entering the Xiao Ta, he came to the peak of a mountain. He sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. How could he strengthen himself within the qing or circle? This was what he had to think about now, and it was what he had to do. Or rather, he had to settle down now. This was because after entering the circle, he had not cultivated properly. He did not have a good understanding of the qing or circle. Cultivation was timeless. Fortunately, the flow of time within the Xiao Ta was different from the outside world. He had enough time to cultivate. While Yi Xian was cultivating, two people suddenly came to the thatched cottage that Ding Xiaoyao used to live in. A man and a woman. The man was dressed in a black robe. In his left hand was a thick ancient book, and in his right was a pen. Not far from him was a woman in a simple long dress, holding a black flute in her right hand. In between their brows, there was a swastika. At this time the man said softly, "Ancient Emperor is really gone. This is unbelievable. Someone in this place could actually kill Ancient Emperor." The woman looked around and pressed her right hand down lightly. This pressure caused the surrounding time and space to boil. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. Time reversal. The woman wanted to recreate what had once happened here. Right at this moment, her pupils suddenly constricted. A sword had appeared out of nowhere, and before she could even react, it had pierced the space between her brows. Boom. A stream of fresh blood spurted out. The time and space in front of the woman was dyed red by the blood, but it quickly disappeared. The woman's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. The sword slashes the future. Chapter 2030. Slaying the future. The woman's eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. What was slaying the future? It meant that someone had attacked at this time. And this sword had slain the person who had come to this place in the future. Just listening to it was already unimaginable. But it was not impossible. Beside the woman, the man's eyes were also filled with disbelief. He was starting to panic. Slaying the future. Evidently, the ancient emperor and the others had offended someone they should not have. At this moment, the woman suddenly looked at the man. "Muyo, let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished. Forcefully erased. The man called Muyo was silent for a moment. Then he turned to leave. He did not return immediately. He had to investigate this matter thoroughly. There was a super expert of this level in a place like this. Moreover, he had clashed with the ancient emperor and the others. If he followed the ancient emperor to the demon vein, he had to investigate this thoroughly. Actually, it was not difficult to investigate this matter. After all, So many things had happened in the universe origin realm recently. Before long, Muyo found some clues. Somewhere in the city, Muyo looked at a scroll in his hand, deep in thought. Yi Xian. This was the news he had received from the heaven-forsaken tribe. The ancient emperor's death had something to do with a youth called Yi Xian. More accurately speaking, it was the person behind Yi Xian who had killed the ancient emperor. As for the person behind Yi Xian, only the heaven-forsaken tribe leader, Tian Yan, knew some inside information about Dao Yi, and Tian Yan had already left the universe origin realm. As for Yi Xian, he had also left the universe origin realm not long ago. After a long silence, Muyo said softly, Yi Xian, King Kaoshan. As he spoke, he got up and left. He had a basic understanding. As for whether or not he wanted revenge, that was not something he could decide. Inside the Xiaota, time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian was meditating like an old monk. He had entered the circle. His path was blocked from the others. He had entered the circle, but he could not break it now. Even his father and big brother could not break the circle of the Qing'er, let alone him. What he needed to do now was to familiarize himself with Qing'er's circle. What is Qing'er's Dao? During this period of time, Yi Xian had been thinking about this problem. In the end, he realized that Qing'er's Dao was too profound. In other words, she was already above the Dao. She had no Dao left. Just as she had said before, she didn't even know how strong she had become. Nothing in the world could describe her strength. To put it simply, don't ask her how strong she is. Ask her if she is invincible. Invincible. When Yi Xian thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Was invincibility a kind of Dao? Invincible. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Xiaota, do you think that invincibility is a kind of Dao? Actually, he didn't really want to ask this unreliable Xiaota, but he had no choice. He had no one else to ask. After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, I'm just a tower. Yi Xian's expression froze. Suddenly Xiaota said, I think you can say so. Yi Xian said in a low voice, How can I become invincible? After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, Young master, if I know, you are not my young master, I am your young master. Yi Xian. Xiaota said, Are you going to take a wrong path again? Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. What do you mean by wrong path? I think that Qing'er's Dao is invincible. If that's the case, then I can also develop in this direction. After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, Young master, when you say that, I am suddenly a little worried. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Xiaota said, Sister Tianming's invincibility is really invincibility. Your invincibility is most likely an act. I am afraid that you will overdo it and get killed. Yi Xian. Xiaota said in a serious tone, Young master, acting tough is risky, you need to be careful. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Xiaota, we are not talking about acting tough now. We are talking about how to be invincible. Xiaota said indifferently, Isn't your invincibility just acting tough? Yi Xian. At this time Xiaota said, But I think you can try, young master. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Invincibility, I think, a person's aura is very important. Just like when I fought in Qingcheng, sometimes, my strength was indeed not as good as others, but at that time, among the younger generation of Qingcheng, no one dared to provoke me. Why? Because I dared to fight, I dared to risk my life. They were stronger than me, but I crushed them in terms of aura. Xiaota said in a low voice, Young master, actually in the past you were very awesome. Especially during that time in Qingcheng, although I did not follow you at that time. But I know. At that time, you dared to fight, you dared to rely on yourself, but later, only after you met Sister Tianming and Master, you embarked on the path of no return. Sigh, fate makes fools of people. I always felt, if Sister Tianming and Master did not help you. At this point it paused, then said, That's not right. If you did not have a backer, you would have been beaten to death. Yi Xian. Xiaota said, Young master, continue to cultivate. Anyway, I am not going to cultivate hard anymore. The next time I meet Sister Tianming, ask her to help me modify myself. Don't just modify my functions. Help me modify my strength, the kind that makes me awesome. I don't want to fight anymore. Winning without doing anything is quite good. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. This Xiaotao was finished. Ever since he was modified by Qing, not only did this Xiaotao become arrogant, but he also liked the feeling of winning without doing anything. Ignoring Xiaotao, Yi Xian continued to cultivate. Now he already had a direction. Invincibility. Heading in the direction of invincibility. As for whether he could be invincible or not, it was not important. At least, he had to have the aura of invincibility. Aura. Yi Xian grasped another core point. A year later, Yi Xian suddenly came to a cloud. He slowly closed his eyes. Just like that. He stayed like that for about 2 hours. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. He gently flicked his left thumb, and the sword was unsheathed by an inch. A powerful sword momentum swept out of his body. In an instant, the clouds within tens of thousands of miles around him disappeared without a trace. Aura. Not just aura, but also sword aura. At this moment, the aura and sword aura on Yi Xian's body was incomparably powerful. At this time, Xiaotao suddenly said softly, "Young master, you seem a little interesting." Yi Xian softly said, "Aura. This is the next direction I'm heading in." Actually, after entering Qing circle, he was a little confused. What should he do next? He had been thinking about this question previously. Qing circle was infinitely large. Moreover, he didn't know much about Qing strength and Tao. Moreover, he was the first person who chose to enter the circle. Thus he had always been a little lost. But fortunately he still found a direction. That was aura. Perhaps I might not be invincible, but I must have aura, or should I say courage. The enemy is very strong. I might not be able to defeat them, but I dare to fight. I dare to draw my sword. Fighting was one thing, but not daring to fight was another. Not only an individual, even if 2 armies were to fight, aura was also very important. And his goal was very simple, which was to cultivate this kind of invincible aura. Of course, he also understood that his invincibility was not really invincibility. His invincibility was a kind of aura, a kind of belief. He did not know whether his direction was right or not, because his current path was different from others. Others could break out of the circle, but he could not. His future path could only rely on himself. After a while, Yi Xian suddenly used his thumb. The green profound sword was unsheathed. Buzz. A sword cry resounded from within Xiaotao's body. And in an instant, the space within hundreds of thousands of miles was directly torn apart. Xiaotao hurriedly said, "Young master, don't act recklessly." Yi Xian smiled. He almost forgot that this was Xiaotao's inner world. Although Xiaotao had been modified, Qing seemed to have only modified its function, and did not strengthen it much. Of course, this function was already very heaven-defying. Yi Xian looked at the cracked world around him, and a smile appeared on his face. It's useful. This aura and sword energy can improve my combat strength. And it's a huge improvement. Most importantly, there's still a lot of room for improvement. If I cultivate it to the limit, then the might of this attack will definitely be even more terrifying. After a short while, Yi Xian left Xiaotao, and he arrived at an unknown expanse of space. He glanced at the surroundings, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the blood within his body started to boil gradually. Aura. He intended to cultivate his aura to the limit. It's fine if he doesn't move, but if he does, it'll be like a thunderbolt. Therefore, he wanted to activate his bloodline power as well. His bloodline power was one of his greatest trump cards right now. Yi Xian's eyes were slightly closed, and he was completely devoid of any aura. He'd suppressed all his strength, aura, and the energy of his bloodline. Just like that, after a very long time, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he suddenly flicked his thumb. His sword was unsheathed. Bang! In an instant, a powerful aura and sword energy swept through the surroundings. In an instant, the mysterious space in an area of hundreds of thousands of miles was directly transformed into nothingness with him at the center. Erased. It was forcefully erased by his aura. Meanwhile, Xiaotao suddenly said softly, "Young master, you're quite amazing." Yi Xian roared with laughter, and the smile on his face was extremely bright. The facts proved that he'd taken the right path. His attack just now was actually a sword strike to determine life and death. However, he didn't draw his sword anymore. Even though he didn't stack his sword, the might of this attack surpassed drawing his sword. Because drawing a sword to determine life and death required explosive force, and his attack just now required explosive force in an instant. Most importantly, his attack was extremely fast, and it was at least 10 times faster than a normal sword strike to determine life and death. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand and said softly, "This move is called Instant of Life and Death. Once I draw my sword, the enemy's life and death will be decided in an instant. P.S. I'm working hard to save the manuscript, and strive to erupt as soon as possible." Chapter 2031. Instant of Life and Death. This move was naturally not as good as the single sword that determines life and death. However, the current him was still far from reaching that level. What was the single sword that determines life and death? The single sword that determines life and death. Strictly speaking, this sword technique was used to attack the weak. Only when the strong attacked the weak would it have such an effect. When Qing created this sword technique, she was already invincible. On the other hand, he was currently far from attaining the cultivation and strength that Qing possessed. Of course, the reason Qing taught him this sword technique wasn't really for him to utilize this sword technique to surmount realms of cultivation to kill. This sword technique was actually a form of faith in the sword Tao. It was exactly the same as the path he was walking now. Aura. My single sword that determines life and death. In the following period of time, Yi Xian continued to cultivate the sword's momentum and aura. He wanted to push himself to his limits. Whether it was the sword's momentum or aura, there was a lot of room for growth. Especially the power of his bloodline. After activating the power of his bloodline, both his aura and sword's momentum were elevated. Inside the Xiaota, time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian cultivated like crazy day and night. In order to push his aura and sword's momentum to the extreme, he tried all sorts of methods. Apart from that, he also found something interesting. When he unsheathed his sword, the state of mind at that moment was very important. Invincible. If one felt invincible the moment he unsheathed his sword, the power of that sword would increase tremendously. Deceiving oneself and others? Actually, that was not the case. It was just like fighting in the secular world. Most of the time, the one who was more ruthless would win. If one started to cower before the fight started, and felt that he couldn't defeat his opponent, then he would most likely be beaten half to death. But if one was fearless and dared to fight, then perhaps one might not be able to defeat his opponent, but at least one wouldn't be beaten for nothing. During his time in Qingcheng, he understood a principle. In a family where the strong preyed on the weak, one must never cower. The more one cowered, the more one would be beaten. Many people bullied the weak and feared the strong. The more one cowered, the stronger one would be. On the contrary, the more one was tough, the more one would be beaten. It was just like how it was with his sword Dao Yi. The stronger his aura was, the weaker his opponent's aura was. Inside Xiaotao's body, he cultivated without any sense of time. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Of course, to the outside world, only 10 days had passed. On this day, Yi Xian suddenly left Xiaota. In the starry sky, Yi Xian looked around, and his eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. At this moment he felt as if a lifetime had passed. He had stayed in Xiaotao's body for far too long. The reason he came out was because he had reached his limit. He had cultivated his sword force and aura to the extreme. It should be said that he had reached his limit 50 years ago. For the next 50 years, he spent his time researching how to break through this limit. Unfortunately, he was unable to break through this bottleneck even after 50 years. As for the road ahead, he was once again at a loss. He did not choose to continue cultivating. If he continued to cultivate in such a boring manner, he felt that he was going to explode. Yi Xian looked into the distance, and in the next moment he disappeared on the spot. Hiss! A strand of sword light tore through the boundless starry sky. In the boundless Milky Way, Yi Xian traveled aimlessly. He didn't have a specific destination. In any case, he just had to keep moving forward. As for going back, he wasn't worried because he had the green profound sword. Wherever he went, he could use the green profound sword to arrive instantly. 3 days later, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in the Milky Way. In the distant depths of the starry sky, he saw a huge black vortex. That black vortex spanned across the entire starry sky. Within it, it was pitch black and deep, and it emitted an extremely terrifying energy. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he walked towards that black vortex. He knew that this black vortex was probably a type of teleportation formation, and there might be a dazzling universe civilization behind it. In next to no time, Yi Xian arrived before the black vortex. At this moment, a powerful suction force enveloped him. Yi Xian frowned slightly, flicked his sleeve, and a powerful aura swept out. Bang! That terrifying black vortex directly trembled violently, and all the suction force disappeared. Yi Xian slowly walked into that black vortex. Inside the black vortex was a space-time teleportation channel. When he stepped into it, he directly began to shuttle through space-time. Not long after, a white light appeared in front of him, and the next moment, he appeared in a cloud. Yi Xian turned his head to look, and the space-time tunnel had already disappeared. Yi Xian looked around again, and this was a brand new world. After a moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, with my current strength, can I act cool here?" Xiao Ta. It had to be said that Xiao Ta was actually a little flustered. This young master was acting cool at the drop of a hat, but the problem was that this young master's strength wasn't as strong as San Jian. He was really a little worried. At this moment, the clouds in the distance suddenly tore apart, and then a huge black dragon rushed over. The black dragon's body was huge, and when it rushed out, it simply covered the sky and covered the sun. And on that black dragon's head stood a woman with her hands behind her back. The woman wore a long black dress, and her hair was as black as ink, and her eyes were deep purple. That huge dragon rushed over, and it had no intention of stopping at all. Yi Xian didn't take the initiative to look for trouble. His body trembled, and he appeared below. At this moment, the woman on the huge dragon looked down at him, and there was no contempt, only indifference. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and it was considered a greeting. Seeing Yi Xian smile at her, the woman was slightly stunned, and the next moment, her right foot lightly tapped, and the huge dragon stopped. The woman took a step forward, and with that step, she was already in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the woman, and he didn't know what she wanted to do. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Who gave you the courage to look at me directly?" Yi Xian's expression froze. The woman said again, "Who gave you the courage to look at me directly?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "You're as beautiful as a goddess. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too beautiful." Xiao Ta was speechless. The woman was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected to receive such an answer, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Are you angry, miss? If you're angry, then it's my fault. I shouldn't have taken a few more glances just because you're beautiful." The woman fell silent. Was he being too stingy? Thinking of this, the woman glanced at Yi Xian, and her expression became much gentler. "What's your name?" Yi Xian said. "Yi Xian." The woman sized up Yi Xian. "An independent cultivator?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman thought for a moment and then she said, "Come with me." As she spoke, she gently pulled with her right hand, and in an instant, Yi Xian was directly dragged onto the back of the black dragon by a gentle force. "Yi Xian." The woman returned to the dragon, and then she tapped her right foot lightly. The dragon soared, and directly transformed into a black ray of light that disappeared into the horizon. On the way, Yi Xian looked around curiously. He discovered that the spirit energy in this universe was slightly special. The spirit energy here was dark purple, and it was especially pure. Besides that, he also discovered that there were many types of spirit energy in this world. A world with many types of spirit energy. What kind of world is this? Yi Xian's heart was filled with curiosity. At this moment, the woman in front of him suddenly turned around, and she glanced at Yi Xian. "You seem very curious." Yi Xian smiled slightly. It's the first time I've stood on such a colossus. I'm a little nervous. The woman looked at Yi Xian. You didn't answer the question. Yi Xian. At this moment, the dragon suddenly stopped, and Yi Xian looked down. Below, there was an endless mountain range, and on top of many of the mountain peaks, there were many ancient palaces. An ancient faction. At this moment, the dragon swooped down and soon, it arrived above an ancient palace. The woman glanced at Yi Xian. Let's go. After saying that, she directly brought Yi Xian to a huge square. It had to be said that this square was really huge, at least tens of thousands of feet long and wide. At a glance, it was extremely spacious. And in this square, there were some people sitting quietly in cultivation. Yi Xian glanced at those people sitting quietly in cultivation, and they were basically circle breakers. Fortunately, circle drawing wasn't as common as dogs in this place. At this moment, the woman brought Yi Xian to the front of a large hall, and an old man appeared in front of the woman. The old man bowed slightly. Harmony God. The woman nodded, and she glanced at Yi Xian. Let him become an outer sect disciple. Let him become an inner sect disciple. After saying that, she disappeared not far away. The old man looked at Yi Xian, and he sized up Yi Xian. Circle breaker? Yi Xian nodded. He had actually entered the circle, but in the eyes of outsiders, he was a circle breaker. The old man hesitated, and then said, You and Harmony God are. Yi Xian blinked. Guess. The old man's expression froze. Guess. How was he supposed to guess? The old man was speechless for a moment. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Didn't Sister Mu tell you about my relationship with her? Sister Mu. The old man hesitated, and then said, Little friend. Harmony God didn't say. Oh. Yi Xian deliberately dragged his tone, and then said, She might want me to keep a low profile. Then I'll keep a low profile. The old man. Yi Xian said again, Senior. The old man hurriedly said, Just call me Gu Yi, I don't dare to call you Senior. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Gu Yi, I like to read, can you arrange a place for me? The old man hesitated, and then said, What kind of books? Yi Xian was a little surprised. There are many kinds? The old man nodded. There are some chivalrous ancient books and some. That kind, do you want to read that kind? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked, What kind is that? The old man glanced at Yi Xian. It's the kind of he. Yi Xian. Chapter 2032. He. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Damn, this old man's mind is not pure. Also, am I that kind of person with an impure mind? He actually recommended that kind of book to me, really. After a while, Gu Yi brought Yi Xian to a pavilion. Gu Yi said, Little friend Yi Xian, there are many ancient books here. You can open them at will. However, there are no cultivation methods or martial skills. Yi Xian nodded. Sure. Gu Yi smiled. I am in charge of the inner sect. If you need anything, just tell me. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you, Elder Gu. Gu Yi smiled. You are welcome. After saying that, he cupped his fists and left. At this time, Xiao Tao suddenly said, Little master, you seem to have changed. Yi Xian was a little surprised. What changed? Xiao Tao said. If that woman dared to speak to you like that in the past, you would definitely fight her. Then he killed her with one slash and said, Let the best fighter in your sect come out. I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want. Yi Xian. Xiao Tao continued. Little master, do you have any other intentions for joining this sect? Yi Xian smiled. First, I want to understand this cosmic civilization. After saying that, he walked into the pavilion. He glanced around and his divine sense directly entered the ancient books. Soon, countless information poured into his mind. After a while, Yi Xian sorted out the information in his mind. Great Matian Domain. The universe he was in now was called Great Matian Domain. In this Great Matian Domain, there were only two super forces. One was the sect he was in, the Sacred Pulse. The other was the Demon Pulse. Ancient Emperor came from the Demon Pulse. In this universe, the top experts were also circle drawers. However, the circle drawers here were not only divided into inner and outer circles, but also big and small circles. To put it simply, above the outer and inner circles, there were still 3 great realms, namely telepathy, Tao enlightenment, and embodiment transformation. These 3 realms were all very particular. If one reached the telekinesis realm, one would be able to know the various changes in the world with a single thought. Experts who had reached this level could not only know fortune and misfortune, but they could also seek fortune and avoid misfortune, as well as form good karma. What was worth mentioning was that harmonious God was in the realm of telekinesis. The Dao Ming realm was even more mysterious. It was rumored that experts who reached this realm could understand karma, fate and fate. They could use a single leaf to deduce a forest. To put it simply, when they were about to do something, they could deduce countless consequences beforehand. Such an expert was a legendary existence even in the entire Great Matian domain. As for whether there really was such a thing, no one knew. As for the final embodiment transformation realm, there was no description of this realm in the ancient texts. This was an unknown realm, but one thing was certain. This realm did exist, but normal people didn't know about it. Only the world's top experts like Good God might know about Daoyi too. Yi Xian closed the ancient text and fell silent. Why had Good God brought him to this sacred vein? Just because he had complimented the other party's beauty? It probably wasn't that simple. What was worth mentioning was that the ancient emperor was half a step away from the telekinesis realm. However, a half-baked cultivator like him was a little awkward, knowing fortune and misfortune. Actually, even experts at the unbreakable realm could predict fortune and misfortune, let alone the telekinesis realm. However, there were differences. For example, when some experts faced Yi Xian, they wouldn't feel any danger, just like the ancient emperor. This was because Yi Xian wasn't strong enough to threaten experts of the ancient emperor's level. And back then, Heaven Gloom had wanted to kill him because he, Yi Xian, wasn't a threat at all to Heaven Gloom. As for those who could predict the woman in the plain dress and the man in green through Yi Xian, they were few and far between. Basically, they had predicted Qing, or through the green Xian sword. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. The main thing was that the man in green and the woman in the plain dress were too strong. It was basically impossible for ordinary people to predict them through Yi Xian. And when they saw the man in green and the woman in the plain dress, it was too late. Just like the ancient emperor. When he saw the man in green, he started to feel uneasy. This was because he had already predicted fortune and misfortune. But it was already too late. Fate. Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly. At this moment, his mind was filled with many thoughts. Many people had always said that one's fate was up to them, not the heavens. But in this world, few could do that. Many strong cultivators understood this as well. Therefore, they no longer went against fate, but followed it. This was the telekinesis realm, and the Tao illumination realm. It was difficult to go against the heavens, but it was not so difficult to follow the heavens. Follow the will of the heavens to seek more blessings. If I can't beat you, I will follow you. And then within the rules of this circle, I will be the one who follows the rules and knows the rules. At this point, Yi Xian shook his head slightly and sighed in his heart. Actually, the only ones who could break the circle and create the rules were Qing, his old man, and his big brother. The 3 of them might have really surpassed everything. Whether it was the telekinesis realm, the Tao illumination realm, or the embodiment transformation realm, they were all within the circle. Moreover, elder sister Nian had said that Qing, had been drawing circles and then breaking them. Who knew how many circles she had drawn and how many circles she had broken? One had to know that every time she drew a circle, it represented a new beginning. And she had broken it. This meant that she had surpassed the great Tao rules that she had created. At this point, Yi Xian could not help but sigh. How strong is Qing? At this time, Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Young lord, I might know." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "We're all on the same side, don't pretend." Xiao Tao said seriously, "Young lord, I might really know." Yi Xian hesitated and said, "Tell me about it." He realized that although this Xiao Tao was usually useless, sometimes this guy's words were a little reasonable. At this time, Xiao Tao suddenly said, Sister Tianming's horrifying circle-breaking behavior reminds me of an ancient story. Yi Xian was a little curious. What ancient story? Xiao Ta said. This story is, a farmer saved an emperor, and the emperor asked the farmer what reward he wanted. The farmer said, put 1 grain of rice in the first grid, 2 grains in the second grid, 4 grains in the third grid, 8 grains in the fourth grid, and so on. The number of grains in each grid is twice the number of grains in the previous grid. Just like that, put all 64 grids, and I want this many grains. Yi Xian was slightly stunned and then said, isn't this a very simple matter? 1 bag of rice is enough, right? Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, and said, Young lord, can I insult your intelligence? Yi Xian. Xiao Ta sighed softly. Young lord, think about it again. Is it really that simple? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and very quickly, his pupils suddenly shrank. He stood up directly. Obviously, he had already thought through the logic. It seemed that this request was so simple. But in reality, even if all the grains in the entire kingdom were added up, it wouldn't be enough. At this moment, Xiao Ta said again, Sister Tianming's strength is like putting grains of rice on a chessboard. When she draws a circle, it is equivalent to putting 1 grain of rice. When she breaks a circle, it is equivalent to putting 2 grains of rice on the second grid. When she draws a circle again, it is equivalent to putting 4 grains of rice on the third grid. Simply put, every time she draws a circle and breaks a circle, her strength will multiply. And if we want to know how strong she is, it is very simple. We just need to know how many grids there are on the chessboard in her heart. Yi Xian suddenly said, what if her grid is infinite? Suddenly, there was a sudden silence. After a moment, Xiao Ta said in a low voice, Young lord, after hearing what you said, I feel that my brain is a little lacking. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta sighed softly. Young lord, I feel that if we want to catch up to Sister Tianming, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, it will be a little difficult, Xiao Ta said. But I have confidence in us. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Why? Xiao Ta smiled. Because you have a halo. According to my experience, those who have a halo will usually explode at the most critical moment. For example, Master, he was beaten up by Sister Tianming in the beginning, and almost all of his people were killed by her. But in the end, Master exploded and turned the situation around. I feel that you can do it as well. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Father, did you get beaten up badly by Qing'er in the past? Xiao Ta thought for a moment, and then said, I feel that it's better if we don't discuss this question. Yi Xian blinked. Xiao Ta, why have you suddenly become a little timid? This isn't your style. Xiao Ta sighed softly. Young lord, sometimes I feel that acknowledging you as master is really a waste of my talent. How about, you acknowledge me as master? Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued. When master left, didn't he strike with his sword? That sword slashed at time and space, but blood flowed out. Do you know what that means? Yi Xian shook his head. Xiao Ta's voice became somewhat solemn. That sword slashed at the future. Which means, not long after we left, someone would appear at that place, and then that person would start to go back in time, wanting to replay what happened in the past. But Master felt it. This isn't the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that Master struck with his sword, and that sword didn't slash at the past but slash at the future. To put it simply, he struck with his sword now, and then killed a person from the future. Don't you feel that it's terrifying? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, It's all right. It's all right, Xiao Ta said in a low voice. Young lord, can you stop acting so pretentiously? When you act now, even I'm a little scared. Also, next time, don't talk bad about Master behind his back. And don't provoke Master by saying that he was beaten by Sister Tianming. When you activate your bloodline, it's like drinking wine, but if Master activates his bloodline, I'm afraid he'll kill you. And then he'll kill me too. After all, sometimes even I feel that you're not my biological son. Yi Xian. That's heart-wrenching. P.S. Working hard to save chapters. Try to save more chapters before exploding. Exploding a few chapters every time. That's not interesting. I want to explode more and blind your eyes. The white-haired old man turned to look outside the hall and said softly, I wonder what the background of this person from Goddess Mugu is. Hearing this, Mugu turned to look outside the hall as well, and a trace of curiosity flashed through her eyes. Outside the hall, Goddess Mu stopped and looked up into the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian was by Goddess Mu's side. He glanced at Goddess Mugu and didn't say anything. At this moment, Goddess Mugu suddenly said, You should have gained some understanding of this universe during this period of time, right? Yi Xian nodded. Goddess Mugu turned around. She looked at Yi Xian. Do you know why I brought you here? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, You wouldn't be thinking of grooming me to be the next range master, right? Goddess Mugu was slightly stunned. Obviously, she hadn't expected such an answer. Goddess Mugu just looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. Isn't that the case? Goddess Mu said softly. Our range master Su Chong, the old man just now, took in a disciple. Do you know where that disciple came from? Yi Xian shook his head. Goddess Mugu said, His disciple is Destiny's child. Do you know what Destiny's child is? Yi Xian shook his head again. Goddess Mugu said softly, A person's birth is actually a kind of fate. Many people are blessed by the heavens when they are born, and have things that others can't obtain even if they struggle for a few lifetimes. This Destiny's child is born with the #1 divine physique in the universe, the Destiny divine physique. At this point, she paused for a moment and looked at Yi Xian. Do you know what Destiny divine physique is? Yi Xian shook his head. Goddess Mugu looked at Yi Xian. Destiny divine physique is a very mysterious special physique. Those who have this physique are almost invincible from birth. Yi Xian furrowed his brows. Why is that? Goddess Mugu said. Because all kinds of evil karma can't touch him. Not only that, anyone who goes against his will have to go against fate. This kind of person usually dies miserably. In the secular world's words, those who go against him will be taken care of by the heavens. Only those who reach the telekinesis realm can barely resist the special power of fate in his body. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Goddess Mugu continued. The middle-aged man just now is called Mugu, a saint sovereign of our saint bloodline. He took in a disciple who was born with God's eye. You don't know what God's eye is, do you? Yi Xian nodded. Goddess Mugu smiled. God's eye is a divine art practitioner. These people aren't as profound as the children of destiny, but their eyes contain an extremely terrifying power. This power is innate, and as for how it comes about, no one knows. All we know is that this power will grow with the host. Saying so, she looked at Yi Xian again. Do you know why I'm telling you this? Yi Xian shook his head. Goddess Mugu looked at Yi Xian. You are now a member of our saint bloodline, and I took you in. Although we are from the same bloodline, there is internal competition. I don't want you to compete with them for the saint bloodline master position. I need you to befriend them. It's good for you. Yi Xian shook his head. Goddess Mugu frowned. Yi Xian smiled. I don't look at the other party's background when I make friends. Because in this world, no one has a stronger background than me. Xiaota. Goddess Mugu looked at Yi Xian. Are you serious? Yi Xian nodded. Goddess Mugu remained silent. Yi Xian suddenly asked, How should I address you? Goddess Mugu said, You can call me master. Yi Xian shook his head. Can I call you something else? Goddess Mugu glanced at Yi Xian. They all call me Goddess Mugu. Yi Xian nodded. Miss Mu, why did you take me in as your disciple? I really want to know this. Goddess Mugu said after a moment of silence. When I saw you, you gave me a very special feeling. This feeling told me that being with you is good for me. It's that simple. Yi Xian frowned. You will benefit from being with me? Goddess Mugu nodded. I believe in this feeling because it's a special ability of the telekinesis realm. Of course, I don't know how great the benefit is. Not only that, but the benefits are often accompanied by some dangers. However, I still decided to take a gamble. Yi Xian said with a smile. Why? Goddess Mugu looked at Yi Xian. Because you are good with words. Saying that, she turned and left. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, Goddess Mugu suddenly said, "Don't leave the saint bloodline so easily. You should be on the demon bloodlines list now. If you go out, they will definitely kill you." Yi Xian asked, "Is the saint bloodline stronger or the demon bloodline?" Goddess Mugu said, "The demon bloodline is stronger." Yi Xian frowned. "You have such a terrifying genius on your side, but you still can't beat the demon bloodline?" Goddess Mugu suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. The demon bloodline has an even more terrifying genius. Yi Xian was curious. "Can you tell me about it?" Goddess Mugu was silent. Yi Xian smiled. "Can't I?" Goddess Mugu said softly. "Defying ones." Yi Xian frowned. "Defying ones?" Goddess Mugu glanced at Yi Xian. "Your origin isn't simple. It's impossible that you haven't heard of such existences." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Can I tell the truth?" Goddess Mugu nodded. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I have a halo, which is the halo of light. Under my halo, all geniuses are nothing but stepping stones." Xiaotao was speechless. The young lord is showing off again. But on second thought, there's nothing wrong with it. Goddess Mugu looked at Yi Xian. "Radiant ones?" Yi Xian nodded. "Haven't you heard of it?" Goddess Mugu shook her head. "Never heard of it. I think you like to brag." Yi Xian's face darkened. Goddess Mugu said softly, "The so-called defying ones are those who cultivate hard in adversity. Such people aren't limited by talent. These defying ones aren't born. They're born after birth. To a certain extent, they reverse their fate. They're not bound by talent and talent, breaking the limit. Their strength and talent are completely disproportionate." At this point she paused. Her expression was solemn. Such people have experienced countless hardships and tribulations. Finally, they comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the universe, the vicissitudes of life, and the changes of the past, present, and future. There aren't many such existences since ancient times. To put it simply, whether it's destiny's child or God-eye, their abilities are innate. But defying ones, their strength isn't innate. Their strength is obtained through bitter cultivation. Experts like them are really terrifying. There's such a person in Devil Vein. And it's this person who forced Devil Vein to suppress us. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. One person changed the war situation of Great Emotion region. Yi Xian said softly, "It sounds a bit fierce." Goddess Mugu looked at Yi Xian. "Can you tell me about Radiant Ones? I'm a bit curious about this Radiant Ones. But I've never heard of them. Not only that, there aren't any records of them in ancient history. Can you tell me about them?" Radiant Ones. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said softly in his heart, "Xiaota, can you tell me? Actually, I also want to know." Xiaota thought about it and said, "It's very simple. The next time you see Sister Tianming, just tell her that you don't like the endless universe. Then our story can come to an end." Yi Xian. Chapter 2034. Godmu was still looking at Yi Xian. Obviously, she wanted Yi Xian to explain what a radiant ring was. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Miss Godmu, I can't explain it to you clearly. Can I tell you later?" Godmu nodded. "All right." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the space above the sacred pulse in the distance suddenly split open. In the next moment, a beam of white light fell straight down, and in the blink of an eye, a figure rushed into the hall in the distance. Yi Xian frowned and was about to ask, but Godmu suddenly said, "There's a situation." With that, she disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian turned to look at the hall and frowned. Seems like something is going to happen. He didn't think too much about it, and turned to leave. He had come to the sacred bloodline purely to see the powerhouses of this cosmos. And now he had seen them. Godmu was at the telekinesis realm. Although he hadn't fought with her before, he felt that he wasn't any weaker than her. He wanted to find a chance to spar with her, and then leave to find stronger experts, such as Daoming Realm. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, God Mu appeared in front of him again. The Immortal God Mansion's secret realm array is broken. Yi Xian frowned. Immortal God Mansion? God Mu nodded. Immortal God. An ancient expert of the Demo Divine Domain. It is said that he was the first and last embodiment transformation realm expert in the Demo Divine Domain. In the past, the Demon Vein first discovered this secret realm, but they couldn't open it, so they asked us to join forces. Yi Xian frowned. You two joined forces? God Mu replied. They had no other way. We worked together for nearly 100 years to break the array of the Immortal God Talisman. We had an agreement that once the array is broken, we can only let our juniors enter. Moreover, each side can send at most 3 people. 3 people. Yi Xian blinked. I can go too? God Mu nodded. You are my disciple. Of course you can go. But before you go, you have to deal with someone first. Yi Xian asked who. God Mu looked into the distance and saw a man walking over. He was tall and sturdy, and he held a huge battle axe in his hand. When he walked over, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, giving them a heavy sense of oppression. The Harmony God said, his name is the Barbarian, and he's the strongest in the Saint bloodline besides the Chosen One and the Divine Pupil. The last spot was supposed to be his, but it's yours now. He's definitely not convinced, so you have to convince him. Yi Xian asked, how can I convince him? God Mu looked at Yi Xian. Do as you wish. Yi Xian was silent. At that moment, Great Barbarian walked in front of the two of them and bowed slightly to God Harmony. Holy Supreme Harmony, can I challenge your disciple? God Mu nodded. Sure. As soon as she finished speaking, she retreated thousands of meters away. Great Barbarian looked at Yi Xian. How do we fight? Yi Xian said solemnly. You're a circle drawer, right? Great Barbarian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian pointed at himself. I'm just a circle breaker, and you a circle drawer. Want to challenge me? Aren't you a little shameless? Great Barbarian, Yi Xian said. My realm is 1 realm lower than yours, so it's not shameful for me to reject your challenge, right? Great Barbarian looked at Yi Xian. I won't bully you. I'll lower myself to a circle breaker. As he said that, he directly suppressed his realm to a circle breaker, and was about to attack. At that moment, Yi Xian said, Shall we begin? Great Barbarian nodded. Begin. As soon as he said that, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Great Barbarian's pupils constricted. When he was about to attack, a sword was already pressed against his forehead. Defeated. Great Barbarian's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. In the distance, God Mu gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. In the distance, Yi Xian put his sword away and smiled. I won. Great Barbarian said furiously. You're so strong, yet you want me to lower my realm? Are you even human? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'm sorry. I never expected that I would actually be so strong. Great Barbarian's face froze. What are you talking about? Yi Xian turned around and walked towards God Mu. Meanwhile, Great Barbarian suddenly said, Can I fight you again in the circle drawer realm? Yi Xian stopped and turned around to look at Great Barbarian. Are you sure? Great Barbarian nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Then make your move. Great Barbarian gazed at Yi Xian, and then he suddenly leaped up and slashed his axe down towards Yi Xian. This strike caused the space in the surroundings to split into a spider web. It seemed like it intended to split the heavens and the earth apart. Meanwhile, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At practically the exact same moment, the green sword in his grasp vanished. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. And then Great Barbarian's axe was split into 2 while his figure was instantly blasted 3 kilometers away. Once he stopped moving, he gazed at the cracked axe in his hand, and he was slightly dazed. Yi Xian opened his eyes, glanced at Great Barbarian, and then grinned. Thank you. Great Barbarian was stunned. What are you thanking me for? Yi Xian smiled. Thank you for allowing me to realize that I've become so strong. I don't have to be flashy when I fight others in the future. I'm truly strong now. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Great Barbarian's face froze. You're going too far. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian walked over to God Mu and smiled. I didn't embarrass you, right? God Mu nodded slightly. It exceeded our expectations. Yi Xian smiled. I only used less than 10% of my strength just now. God Mu was speechless. Great Barbarian suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. Big brother, there's no deep enmity between us. You don't have to be so hurtful, right? Yi Xian was speechless. God Mu glanced at Yi Xian. Come with me. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yi Xian was about to speak when God Mu suddenly stopped moving, and she gazed at Yi Xian. Shut up. Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, God Mu brought Yi Xian to a hall. In the hall, he saw the range master, Su Chong, and another saint venerable, Mu Ge. Su Chong glanced at Yi Xian and grinned. Welcome to the saint bloodline. Yi Xian smiled. Do you have any gifts for our first meeting? Hearing this, God Mu's mouth twitched. Damn, what kind of gift is this? Mu Ge also couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian. This guy wants a gift for our first meeting? Su Chong was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly say this. Yi Xian blinked. No. Su Chong smiled. What do you want? Yi Xian said seriously. Anything from the saint bloodline is fine. Su Chong smiled. You're not an ordinary person. I'm afraid you won't be interested in ordinary gifts. Saying this, he opened his palm, and a wooden token slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. It floated in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the wooden sign and asked curiously, What's this? Su Chong smiled. This is a legacy disciple token. Yi Xian's expression froze. This, Su Chong said seriously. This is not an ordinary legacy disciple token. This is a token that I personally carved, and there's only one of it in the entire saint bloodline. It's of great significance. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn, you old fox. What significance? I want something real. At this time, Su Chong smiled. Why do you think the gift is too little? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. How can it be a gift from the saint bloodline? Su Chong smiled. As long as you like it. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, Su Chong looked at God Mu. The two of them have already gone to the immortal god residence. After a moment of silence, God Mu asked, How many people did the demon bloodline send? Su Chong said solemnly, 2. God Mu frowned. Besides that person, who else? Su Chong shook his head. I don't know. God Mu was silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Su Chong looked at Yi Xian. Little guy, I know you're not simple, and I also know that you didn't show your full strength just now. However, you must remember one thing. If you enter the immortal god residence, don't underestimate the 2 people from the demon bloodline. Especially that defying one, he's not simple. Because the demon bloodline has done a very good job of keeping secrets. We still don't know what level this defying one has reached. If you meet him, don't fight if you can. Yi Xian smiled. Saint Bloodline Master, do you think we won't fight after entering? Su Chong was silent. Yi Xian chuckled and said, Everyone will definitely fight when we get inside. The other side will definitely not miss this opportunity to kill the Saint Bloodline genius. Similarly, you also hope that we can kill the defying one and the other demon bloodline genius, right? Su Chong stared at Yi Xian. Are you confident? Yi Xian shook his head. Su Chong sighed inwardly. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, As long as I don't want to live, they all have to die. Xiao Ta. Su Chong was slightly taken aback, then smiled. It's good that you're confident. No matter what, you have to protect yourself first. In short, if you really can't win, retreat. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Su Chong looked at God Mu. Bring him along. God Mu nodded, then looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to speak, but God Mu said, Shut up. With that, she grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder with her right hand and disappeared with Yi Xian. After the two left, Su Chong suddenly said softly, What do you think of this little guy? Mu Ge was silent for a moment, then said, He's flashy and doesn't speak seriously, but he's very strong. Su Chong looked at Mu Ge. How strong do you think he is? Mu Ge shook his head. I'll only know after fighting him. Su Chong said softly, The youngsters of this generation are very fierce. They're much stronger than our generation. To be honest, the older generation is really under a lot of pressure. Muga nodded. Indeed. Su Chong suddenly stood up and walked to the entrance of the hall, a trace of yearning in his eyes. Immortal God Residence. Incarnation. Somewhere in the clouds, God Mu tore through space-time with Yi Xian. God Mu suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. I suddenly realized that your skin is a little thick. Yi Xian. P.S. Asking for votes. Chapter 2035. 2 hours later, God Mu suddenly stopped. God Mu pointed at a mountain range below. Do you see that? Yi Xian looked at the direction God Mu pointed. Below, mountains surrounded mountains. It was a magnificent sight. God Mu said softly, "This is the immortal God residence." Yi Xian looked at God Mu. You want to see it too, right? God Mu nodded. Yi Xian said solemnly, even telekinesis practitioners can't go in? God Mu nodded slightly. If we go in, there will definitely be a battle, and a battle between people of our level means that both sides will have a life and death struggle. They don't want a life and death struggle, but neither do we. As for the younger generation like you, there will definitely be a battle, but it won't start an all-out war. Yi Xian looked down and said softly, if we fight inside, for example, if I want to kill that defying one, will the demonic bloodline just watch? God Mu looked at Yi Xian. Don't worry, none of their telekinesis practitioners will make a move. Of course, if you guys are going to be killed by them, we won't be able to do anything either. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. The top experts of both sides will restrain each other. Simply put, life and death depend on themselves. Yi Xian didn't waste time and walked down. At this time, God Mu suddenly said, wait. Yi Xian turned to look at God Mu. God Mu looked at him. Why? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Confused, he asked, why what? God Mu looked straight at Yi Xian. I've told you why I accepted you, but you haven't told me why you joined the sacred bloodline. You can tell me, and I might be able to satisfy you within my ability. Yi Xian smiled. So that's what you're talking about. God Mu looked at Yi Xian, waiting for his answer. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, I just want to find someone to kill me, that's all. Saying that, he left confidently. Xiao Ta. God Mu was slightly stunned. In the distance, Xiao Ta could not help but say, Young lord, should we keep a low profile? It had to be said that it was really panicking now. After the young lord's strength increased, he was so arrogant that he couldn't take it anymore. Yi Xian laughed. Xiao Ta, am I not low-key enough? Xiao Ta sighs softly. Young master, don't forget a rule. Yi Xian frowned. What law? Xiao Ta said. I won't be handsome for more than 3 days. Yi Xian was speechless. After a while, Yi Xian brought Xiao Ta to the front of a cave. When he arrived at the cave, he discovered that there were a few unfamiliar divine senses sweeping over him. It was obvious that this was an expert with demon veins. Yi Xian straightened his collar and walked towards the cave. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man wore a black robe, and there was a dark red swastika character on his forehead. An expert with demon veins. The old man stared at Yi Xian. His gaze was not very friendly. Yi Xian glanced at the old man, but did not care about him and continued to walk towards the cave. At this time, the old man blocked in front of him again. Yi Xian frowned. Old man, I have a saint bloodline. The old man stared at Yi Xian. I know you have a saint bloodline. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. If you know I have a saint bloodline, why are you stopping me? Are you trying to bully the weak? The old man stared at Yi Xian. Look clearly where this is. Yi Xian furrowed his brows. He looked at the entrance of the cave. Above the cave entrance, there were 2 big words, demon veins. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, You changed the immortal god residence into a demon vein? Did you ask our saint bloodline? The old man suddenly said angrily, Look clearly, this is the resting place of the old man and the others. The entrance to the immortal god residence is behind you. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Damn it. Did I go the wrong way? Yi Xian turned around and looked. There was a huge stone door 1,000 zhang away. Above the stone door were 2 large words. Immortal God Residence. I really went the wrong way. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. He looked at the old man and smiled. Wrong way. Sorry for disturbing you. Sorry for disturbing you. After saying that, he turned and ran. The old man looked coldly at Yi Xian in the distance. Why did the Saint bloodline send such a clown? At this time, a middle-aged man walked out from the cave behind him. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said softly, "Is this the disciple that the Saint bloodline Mushin just accepted? This is interesting." The old man was expressionless. He's just like a fool. The middle-aged man smiled. "Shayan, can't you change your bad temper?" The old man called Shayan said indifferently, "Change what? Why don't you change your temper?" The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Shayan looked coldly at the middle-aged man. "Goodbye, you're as hypocritical as the Saint bloodline." After saying that, he turned and left. Gubai suddenly said, "Aren't you curious about that young man?" Shayan didn't turn his head. This is the era of the defying ones. The geniuses and monsters born in this era are destined to have a tragic life. After a moment of silence, Gubai chuckled. That's true. After saying that, he turned and left. In the distance, Yi Xian walked to the front of the stone gate. He took a look at the inside of the stone gate. There was a bottomless tunnel behind the stone gate. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Xiaota, do you think that the defying ones are female?" Xiaota said, "Why do you ask?" Yi Xian said seriously, "I have a feeling that all the stronger ones we have encountered so far are women." Xiaota said indifferently, "I think it's normal. Anyway, they're either men or women." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota continued, "Young master, this place doesn't look simple. You have to be careful." Yi Xian nodded. He naturally wouldn't look down on this place, nor would he look down on the top geniuses of this world. It was fine to be confident, but not arrogant. Most of the time, the difference between being awesome and being stupid was just an instant. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian walked through the stone door. The inside of the stone door was very wide. It was about 100 feet wide on both sides. The surrounding walls were as smooth as a mirror, as if they had been polished by something. Yi Xian kept walking forward. However, as he walked, he started to frown, because he found that this tunnel seemed to have no end. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian began to move forward on his sword. His speed was very fast. In an instant, he had traversed millions of miles. However, he still hadn't reached the end. Not only that, as he continued to go deeper, he realized that there was an extremely terrifying and mysterious power around him. This kind of power was like an invisible pressure, and even he felt a little uncomfortable. Yi Xian's speed began to slow down because the faster he went, the stronger the pressure. At this moment, Yi Xian was suddenly stunned because he saw water at the end of his vision. I've arrived? No. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Other than water, he also saw mountains. There's another world here? Another world? As he was thinking, Yi Xian suddenly felt his body tremble violently. An extremely terrifying gravity was pressing down on him. At this moment, he felt like there were hundreds of thousands of mountains pressing down on him, about to crush him. Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly released his aura. After he released his aura, the gravity he felt lightened slightly. Right at this moment, his body suddenly started to spin rapidly. It was like something had suddenly pulled him down. Yi Xian was just about to fly up on his sword when an expanse of white light assaulted him. At the same time, his body returned to normal. He glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, he was within a mountain range. Expanses of thick black clouds were above him, and countless bolts of blood-red divine lightning flickered within the black clouds. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I've arrived at the depths of the Earth's core? He made some calculations. With the speed and time he'd taken to fly on his sword, it was very likely that he'd really arrived at the depths of the Earth's core. Even though he'd explored countless universes and starry skies, he'd never explored the depths of the Earth's core. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected that there would actually be another world in the depths of the Earth's core. Moreover, The spirit energy here was actually a few dozen times denser than the outside world. What a great place! Yi Xian sized up the surroundings carefully. Suddenly he turned around, and he'd only just turned when a black shadow attacked him like a bolt of lightning. It was a demon beast. This demon beast was shaped like a rock, and it had 3 heads. Yi Xian flicked his thumb lightly, and the green profound sword in his hand suddenly slashed forward. Bang! The demon beast had just arrived in front of Yi Xian, and it was directly slashed flying over 3 kilometers away. However, Yi Xian had retreated over 1 kilometer as well. There was a trace of seriousness in Yi Xian's eyes. His current strength was capable of fighting a telekinesis realm expert. Even though he hadn't utilized the green profound sword earlier, the might this ordinary sword of his was extremely terrifying in his hands. Yet this demonic beast had actually withstood his sword head-on. Right at this moment, the demon beast in the distance suddenly roared furiously. It glared fiercely at Yi Xian before it turned around and flew away. Obviously, it didn't want to fight Yi Xian head-on. Right at this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly split open, and a spear stabbed directly into the demon beast's head in the next moment. Along with a shrill cry, the demon beast fell slowly from the sky. In the next moment, a man appeared in front of the demon beast, and the man swung his spear, causing the demon beast's head to fly into the air. At the same time, a golden core floated slowly in front of the man. Yi Xian glanced at the man. The man also looked young. He was dressed in a white robe that was as clean as snow. The spear in his hand was pure silver, but the tip of the spear had a little red dot. It was very beautiful. A trace of surprise flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Is this a saint bloodline or a devil bloodline? Meanwhile, the man turned around to look at Yi Xian, and the two of them just stared at each other. The man stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Are you a saint bloodline or a devil bloodline?" The man glanced at Yi Xian, and the silver spear in his hand suddenly trembled slightly. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Are we going to fight? Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked behind the man, and his face was filled with astonishment. Fuck. What's that? The man frowned slightly, and he turned around instinctively. In the next moment his pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned around and blocked with his spear. Bang! A wave of light suddenly erupted, and the man was directly slashed 3 kilometers away. After he stopped, the man looked up at Yi Xian. Can you play like this? Chapter 2036. How could they do that? Needless to say, the man's mind was in a mess after being struck by Yi Xian's sword. He knew that only the top geniuses of the Great Mo Heaven region were able to enter. How could such geniuses play such underhanded tricks? That was a bit too despicable. The man looked at Yi Xian with an icy cold expression. Are you the chosen one or the divine eye? Yi Xian glanced at the man and replied with a question. Are you the defying one? The man looked at Yi Xian. Let me ask you first. Yi Xian smiled. I'm neither. The man frowned slightly. According to what I know, the strength of that great barbarian from the Saint bloodline seems to be very ordinary. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Looks like this young man doesn't know me. But that's normal. After all, he just joined the Saint bloodline a few days ago. Meanwhile, the man suddenly walked slowly towards Yi Xian. I took a sword strike from you just now. Come take a spear strike from me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. A cold ray of light arrived first. Hiss. The space in front of Yi Xian suddenly cracked open a little, and then a spear stabbed towards him. Yi Xian felt as if he'd been locked onto by the spear, and it didn't take long for him to notice a critical point. The spear had locked onto his soul. A spear that locked onto his soul. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He took a step forward and swiftly drew his sword. Bang! A wave of sword light suddenly shattered. Both of them retreated explosively for almost 30 kilometers. However, as Yi Xian retreated, countless flying swords tore through the surroundings. They were extremely swift, and they arrived before the man in the blink of an eye. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly stabbed forward. A wave of spear images swept out, and in an instant, an area of over 3 kilometers around him was covered in spear images. Bang! The heavens and the earth suddenly trembled violently, and then the entire horizon was torn into an enormous spider web. However, it instantly returned to normal. At this time, both of them stopped at the same time. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, the man in the distance suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was just about to attack. However, the man's figure suddenly became illusory, and then he stabbed with his spear. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he saw this spear, because it didn't exist in the same space as him. The other party wanted to use a special space-time to suppress him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, he had already entered a mysterious space-time. This mysterious space-time was the one that Qing had left behind for him. He could use the Azure Profound Sword to enter the space-time in the beginning, but he no longer needed the Azure Profound Sword to enter. As soon as he entered the mysterious space-time, a spear appeared in front of him, and it was so powerful that it had directly entered his space-time. However, this space-time was his home ground. The sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew forward, and then a wave of sword light slashed down and instantly drowned the spear beneath it. Bang! As soon as his sword descended, the spear vanished. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. The man was still not too far away from him. Even though they were standing face to face at this moment, the space-time they resided in was completely different. The man stared fixedly at Yi Xian while the silver spear in his hand trembled slightly, and he was accumulating strength while waiting to attack. Yi Xian flicked his sleeve, and then his eyes flickered with a trace of excitement as he gazed at the man. Since he'd advanced in his cultivation, he hadn't fought anyone. Moreover, battle was the easiest way to improve one's strength. So he felt great fighting this man. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it, and he suddenly took a step forward. As soon as he did, he left the mysterious space-time abyss. He gazed at the man, and then both of them practically vanished on the spot. Hiss! A rift suddenly split open in the space-time before them, and then both of them actually vanished on the spot. After that, an expanse of sword light and spear light suddenly erupted from within the rift. Bang! In an instant, the tens of thousands of mountains in the surroundings started seething. It wasn't just the mountains in the surroundings. Even the space-time around them started seething at this moment. It was an extremely shocking sight. Right at this moment, the rift suddenly exploded open, and then two figures retreated explosively from within it. It was Yi Xian and the man who held the spear. Yi Xian retreated for over 100 kilometers, and the expanse of space-time behind him was instantly obliterated when he stopped moving. However, it recovered in an instant, and the speed at which it recovered was simply terrifying. After the man stopped moving, he glanced at his chest, and there was a long gash on his chest. Actually, Yi Xian had one as well, but he possessed the undying bloodline, so it didn't take long for him to recover. The most extraordinary aspect of the undying bloodline was that so long as he didn't encounter an expert that was much stronger than him, then Yi Xian would be a god of war. A god of war that could never be killed. The man slowly tightened his grip on the spear in his right hand. In an instant, the heavens and the earth around him became illusory. In the distance, Yi Xian held a sheathed sword in his left hand, and his expression was calm. He knew that the man was about to unleash his ultimate move. It meant that the two of them might fight to the death. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian placed his thumb lightly on the hilt of his sword. He just needed a single thought to draw his sword. Actually, he wanted to see exactly how formidable the instant of life and death technique he'd created was. After all, he hadn't utilized any aura or sword energy up until now, and he hadn't utilized the green profound sword as well. The combination of his aura and sword energy, the green profound sword, and his instant were his strongest trump cards. Right when the two of them were about to attack, the depths of the mountain range in the distance suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a 30 kilometers tall mountain suddenly collapsed, and countless specks of dust shot towards the surroundings. Subsequently, an enormous demon beast walked out from within. This demon beast was simply too huge, and it was like a pillar that could hold up the heavens as it stood there. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the mountains here were like ants before it. Yi Xian frowned slightly when he saw this demon beast. Isn't this demon beast a little too huge? The man frowned slightly as well. Meanwhile, the demon beast suddenly looked at Yi Xian and the man. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this. Damn it. It can even see me like this? I'm probably just a speck of dust in the eyes of this demon beast. The demon beast suddenly punched forward. The expressions of Yi Xian and the man changed drastically when they saw this punch. At this moment, they felt like the sky was collapsing. This punch blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun. What the hell? Yi Xian cursed furiously in his heart. He turned around and flew up on his sword, and he instantly vanished into the horizon. However, he was still slightly slow. Bang! A powerful force exploded from behind him, and in an instant, he was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Moreover, his entire back had split open when he stopped, and blood was surging incessantly from his mouth. Yi Xian was stunned by this attack. Is it really that terrifying? Yi Xian turned around to look, and his entire body went numb. The mountain range from before had vanished from his field of vision, and it was replaced by a flat expanse. That punch from before had instantly blasted the boundless mountain range into nothingness. Yi Xian looked at the demon beast in the distance. The demon beast was extremely far away from him, but it was still huge and wasn't much smaller than before. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian turned to look at the man from before. At this moment, the man with the spear was extremely pale. Obviously, that punch from the demon beast had heavily injured him. The man seemed to have noticed Yi Xian's gaze, and he turned to look at Yi Xian. Their gazes met, and their eyes were filled with undisguised battle intent. Right at this moment, the demon beast suddenly clenched its right hand, and the entire world instantly became illusory. When they noticed this, Yi Xian and the man's expressions changed drastically, and they didn't hesitate to turn around and run. This time, both of them raised their speed to the limit. In the blink of an eye, both of them vanished into the horizon. The demon beast behind them frowned slightly. After a short moment, it released its right hand, turned around, and left. Every single step it took caused the ground to tremble violently. At the end of the horizon, Yi Xian stopped, and he turned to look. When he saw that the demon beast hadn't followed him, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He still didn't want to fight the demon beast. His intuition told him that his sword chi would only be able to tickle the demon beast. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, he was slightly more vigilant. This place isn't simple at all. Yi Xian looked to the right, and the man with the spear had vanished. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian walked towards the distance. His objective this time was the Imperial God's abode, and this place was the Imperial God's abode. However, this place was truly too huge, and he didn't know the exact location of the Imperial God. Moreover, he didn't know whether the Imperial God was alive or dead. Everything was unknown. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "In the future, I'll leave behind an abode for future generations to explore. That's quite interesting." Xiao Tao was speechless. Yi Xian continued to move forward, and before long he arrived in front of a lake. This lake was heart-shaped, and the lake water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Yi Xian glanced at the bottom of the lake, and there were only some stones at the bottom of the lake. Apart from that, there was nothing else. At this moment, Xiao Tao suddenly said, "If only Little White was here." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why? Little White has the treasure hunting ability, and she knows where the good stuff is. If she's here, you'll be rich, young master. Why don't you have this ability? Yi Xian suddenly asked. "I'm just a Ta," Xiao Tao said solemnly. Oh. Yi Xian was speechless. Just as Yi Xian was about to cross the lake, a shrill scream suddenly resounded from behind him. Yi Xian soared into the sky, and he turned around to look. At the end of the mountain range in the distance, he saw an enormous head falling slowly from the sky. This huge head belonged to the demonic beast just now. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. Damn it! Someone killed that demon beast? Who? Chapter 2037. It had to be said that Yi Xian was truly shocked at this moment. Just how terrifying was that demonic beast's strength? Someone actually managed to kill him? Was it Destiny's Child or God's Eye user? Or was it the Defying Ones? Yi Xian thought about it and decided to take a look. He flew up on his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. When he arrived in front of the beast, all he saw was the corpse of the beast. Yi Xian carefully looked at the demonic beast's neck. The wound on its neck was as smooth as a mirror. It seemed to have been caused by some kind of sharp weapon, and it was killed in one strike. Instantly killing this kind of demonic beast. Yi Xian fell into silence. Could he do it? He wasn't confident because he didn't know how strong that sword strike would be after he used his aura, sword force, bloodline power, and the profound azure sword. No matter what, he couldn't let his guard down. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He only noticed the footsteps behind him. It had to be known that with his current strength, he could sense any movement within tens of thousands of miles. Yi Xian turned around. Not far in front of him stood a man. The man's eyes were closed and his hands were behind his back. Yi Xian looked at the man's eyes. God's Eye user? The man nodded and asked softly, Destiny's Child? Yi Xian shook his head. The man was silent for a moment before saying, Are you the person that Sacred Supremacy Harmony took in? Yi Xian nodded. The man was silent for a moment before saying, Are we on the same side? Yi Xian smiled and said, Did you kill this demonic beast behind you? The man shook his head. I can kill it, but not so easily. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This demonic beast might have been killed by a Defying Ones. The man nodded and said softly, I want to see the legendary Defying Ones. Yi Xian smiled and said, Between you and that Destiny's Child, who is stronger? After a moment of silence, the man said, I don't know, I've never fought before. Yi Xian smiled and said, For now our enemy is the demon vein, right? The man nodded. Yi Xian said, Then we're on the same side. The man thought for a moment and said, Then let's go together. Yi Xian was speechless. The man turned his head and looked to the right. There's a fluctuation of spirit chi over there. Let's go take a look. Yi Xian glanced at the direction the man was looking at, and then he said, Sure. The man nodded slightly, then turned around and disappeared. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. So fast. Without thinking too much, a wisp of sword light flickered beneath his feet, and he disappeared from where he was. Both of them were extremely quick. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived before a huge mountain. The man raised his head to look at the peak of the mountain with a slight frown. Yi Xian also frowned. You can't fly here. When he flew to this place just now, he was directly suppressed by a mysterious force. It was the same for the God-Eye expert beside him. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian looked at the man and asked, What's your name? After a moment of silence, the man said, God-Eye. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Just God-Eye. The man nodded and looked at Yi Xian. What's your name? Yi Xian smiled and said, Yi Xian. The man nodded slightly and looked at the peak of the mountain. He said softly, This place shouldn't be simple. I wonder if it's where the Imperial God lives. Yi Xian glanced at the peak of the mountain. Go up. The man nodded. The two of them were just about to go up when the distant sky suddenly split open. In the next moment, a figure flew directly over their heads. Both of their expressions became slightly unsightly when they saw the scene. Someone can fly. This is embarrassing. Go up. That's too embarrassing. I turned around to look at Yi Xian. What do you think? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, The restrictions here are very strong. It'll be difficult to fly up by force. I said in a low voice. Go up? Yi Xian shook his head. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if we went up? I hesitated for a moment and said, A little. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Why don't we do this? I'll help you resist the restrictions here while you go up first. Once you're up there, you help me resist the restrictions. What do you think? I was slightly embarrassed. Should I go up first? Yi Xian smiled. Is there a problem? I hesitated for a moment and said, I'm a little embarrassed. Yi Xian hurriedly said. Then help me resist the restrictions. I'll go up first. I'm embarrassed. God, I was speechless. Yi Xian didn't waste his breath. He just looked up into the sky and said, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he floated up slowly. Meanwhile, the powerful restrictions suddenly descended from the sky. Just like the gravity from before, it felt like a few 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. Yi Xian hurried to look at the god's eye. The god's eye hesitated for a second. Then he lifted his right hand slowly. The next second, a powerful force swept over. However, his face turned pale almost instantly. The force was truly too strong, and even he found it slightly difficult to endure. After God Eye resisted the force, Yi Xian hurriedly shot into the sky, and he arrived at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, God Eye relaxed his right hand and started coughing violently. At the top of the mountain, Yi Xian turned around to look at God Eye, and then he said, come up. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm. An array of light slashed forward. Hiss! In an instant, the mysterious restrictive force was directly struck by his sword, and a wave of ripples arose in the entire sky. Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale. Needless to say, the pressure from the restriction was really ferocious. Even he wouldn't be able to hold on for long, unless he revealed his trump card. Meanwhile, God Eye appeared in front of him, and Yi Xian hurriedly put his sword away. As soon as he did, his entire body instantly relaxed, and it felt extremely comfortable. God Eye glanced at Yi Xian. You're a swordsman? Yi Xian nodded. God Eye nodded slightly. It's rare to see a swordsman. Yi Xian smiled, and then he looked ahead. He saw an old and shabby cottage not too far away, and there was a vegetable garden in front of it. The two of them walked towards the cottage. When they arrived before it, the door was open, but there was no one inside. Yi Xian frowned slightly. They've left again? God Eye spoke softly. They're looking for the Imperial God's residence as well. Moreover, they're faster than us. At this point, his expression became somewhat solemn. Their main purpose for coming here this time was the inheritance of the Imperial God. Even if there was no inheritance, they had to find something related to the Imperial God. One should know that the Imperial God was an expert at the embodiment transformation realm. Yi Xian suddenly said, it should be the renegade. God Eye nodded. They're stronger than we imagined. They're even stronger than we imagined. Yi Xian looked at God Eye. Do you know how strong the Destiny's Child is? God Eye shook his head. I've only heard of him, but I've never seen him. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You've never seen him either? God Eye nodded. Our masters are different, so we don't have much contact. However, according to my master, he should be very strong. After all, he's the Destiny's Child, and he has a special physique. If others go against him, they will be repelled by fate, and then some bad things will happen. But, at this point, he said softly, I don't know who's more heaven-defying, him or the renegade. Yi Xian looked at God Eye. Do you think you're weaker than them? God Eye looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said seriously. I think you should be confident. It's not good to admit defeat before fighting. God Eye said in a deep voice. But shouldn't we know our limits? Yi Xian smiled. You're right, but I think we should believe in ourselves. It's not good to admit defeat before fighting. Just like the people in the secular world, if we know we'll die in the end, what's the point of eating? God Eye was silent. Yi Xian smiled. Don't deny yourself first. You'll know after fighting. If you really can't beat him, it's not shameful to admit defeat. If you admit defeat before fighting, it's a little shameful. When you encounter the defying one, you'll be the first to fight him. Do you understand? God Eye turned to look at Yi Xian. Why do I feel something is wrong? Yi Xian said seriously. What's wrong? God Eye hesitated, then said. I can't say. Yi Xian said again. Do you think what I said makes sense? God Eye thought about it, then nodded. It seems to make sense. Yi Xian said seriously. Believe in your intuition, believe in your heart. If you meet the renegade later, fight him first. At that time, you'll find that your state of mind will change dramatically. You know, I'm a swordsman. I don't lie to people. God, I said in a deep voice. What if I can't beat him? Yi Xian sighed. See, you're at it again. Why do you think you can't beat him? You have to believe in yourself. God, I thought about it, then said, I'll give it a try. Yi Xian nodded. Okay, I'll cheer for you. God, Yi Xian suddenly looked around. This place should be where the imperial god used to stay. In other words, the imperial god likes to grow vegetables. God, I said. What are you trying to say? Yi Xian said softly. His real residence must be very close. Maybe he lives here. God, I was stunned. Isn't there nothing here? Yi Xian looked around, then turned to look at the reclining chair in front of the vegetable garden. The reclining chair was covered with weeds. Obviously, no one had sat there for a long time. Yi Xian walked slowly to the chair. After a moment of silence, he took out the green profound sword and said softly in his heart, If you're really a big shot, you'll definitely be able to feel the green profound sword. As he said that, the xianqi in his body surged into the green profound sword, and the green profound sword trembled slightly. There was no reaction. Yi Xian frowned. Did he guess wrong? At this moment, the weeds on the reclining chair suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the reclining chair. The middle-aged man glanced at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand and smiled. The person who made this sword is truly unparalleled in the world. I'm far from being his match. Chapter 2038. The Imperial God. Yi Xian had already guessed the middle-aged man's identity. Just as he'd expected, the middle-aged man had sensed how extraordinary the green profound sword was. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian and grinned. Young man, you're very smart. Just like that person from before. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. That person from before? The middle-aged man nodded. The person who came before you. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. He noticed you as well? The middle-aged man nodded. But he left. Yi Xian was quite curious. How strong is he? The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. You don't mind if I tell you the truth, right? Yi Xian was about to speak when God I spoke abruptly. Of course. Yi Xian felt a slight headache when he heard this. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man said, He's much stronger than the two of you. God I's face froze. So he intends to compare the two of us. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, have you given your inheritance to him? The middle-aged man shook his head. No. Yi Xian blinked. Do you think he's not suitable? If that's the case, then just look at us. I think we're quite suitable. Do you want to consider us? The middle-aged man's face froze. God I pulled on Yi Xian's sleeve. Brother Yi. Isn't that too direct? Yi Xian spoke seriously. What's direct about it? Most of the time, you have to fight for things yourself. You want face, and if others don't, then you'll lose half the battle. It's just like pursuing a beauty. If you don't pursue her, then someone else will. That person might succeed, but you'll never be able to. As he spoke, he gazed at the imperial god and smiled. If Senior gives it to us, then we'll make a huge profit. If you don't, then I won't lose anything. What do you think? God I hesitated for a moment before he said. It seems to make sense. Haha. The nearby imperial god suddenly started laughing. Little fellow, you're right. If I was as shameless as you all those years ago, then perhaps I wouldn't have missed the person I loved. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior's strength is unparalleled in the past and unmatched in the future. Would there be any woman who would reject Senior? The imperial god shook his head and smiled. Many times, feelings can't be measured by other things. Yi Xian nodded. That's true. The imperial god sized up Yi Xian and said with a smile, Are the two of you here for my inheritance? Just as God's I was about to nod, Yi Xian suddenly said, Actually, that's not entirely true. Our main reason for coming here is to meet Senior. One must know that although Senior has left our era for a very long time, the legends of Senior have always been passed down in our era. Perhaps Senior doesn't know, but outside, we cultivators all look up to Senior as a role model, hoping that one day we can have Senior's achievements. Unfortunately, for countless years, no one has been able to reach the level of embodiment transformation. God's eye looked at Yi Xian. The imperial god suddenly burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, he said, "Little fellow, you're really interesting. Your mouth is really powerful. Although I know you're just flattering me, I have to say that I feel very comfortable." At this point, he paused slightly and said, "Actually, I didn't leave this projection here to leave behind an inheritance. Because to reach the level of embodiment transformation, you can only rely on yourself. The so-called inheritance might even become a kind of restriction for others. Do you understand what I mean?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Embodiment transformation. You can only rely on yourself, right?" The imperial god nodded. Yi Xian was a little curious. "Then why did Senior leave this projection here?" The imperial god smiled and said, "To meet the people and geniuses of the future. I have to say, it still somewhat shocked me." Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. "The two of us actually aren't that outstanding." The imperial god was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Little fellow, you misunderstood. Yes, I was shocked because of that person who came just now." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Damn it, you didn't finish speaking and made me misunderstand. How boring." God's eye was slightly embarrassed as well. He was already a little afraid of being together with Yi Xian. Meanwhile, the imperial god said, "Actually, you shocked me as well." Yi Xian was about to speak when the imperial god said, "I'm talking about your sword." Yi Xian's face froze. "Damn it, I finally know why you missed out on the person you love. Who can stand it if you keep talking like this?" Meanwhile, the imperial god looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Actually, you're not bad as well. You've probably concealed a lot of your strength. However, you're a little flashy and lack focus. If you can focus a little more, then your accomplishments should be even higher." Yi Xian pondered deeply for a moment. Then he bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." The imperial god smiled. "It can't be considered guidance." As he spoke, he looked at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand and said softly, "The owner of your sword. I can't compare to him." Yi Xian glanced at the green profound sword in his hand and fell silent. Obviously, the imperial god had sensed something from the green profound sword. Meanwhile, God's eye suddenly said, "Senior, did you give your inheritance to that defying one?" The imperial god smiled. "I wanted to, but he didn't want it." God's eye frowned slightly. "He didn't want it?" The imperial god nodded. "He's a very outstanding person. You're from the same generation as him, so I'm afraid." He didn't continue when he spoke up to this point. God's eye had obviously understood what the imperial god meant, and his expression was calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Why didn't he want it?" The imperial god smiled. "He said he can reach the free form on his own, and doesn't need anyone's help." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "So his main purpose here isn't your inheritance? Or he just wants to see the legendary free-form expert? Or maybe there's something else in this place that interests him?" A trace of surprise flashed in the imperial god's eyes. "Little guy, I'm very surprised by your intelligence." Yi Xian asked in a low voice. "He has another purpose?" The imperial god nodded. "There's something in this place that I used for cultivation in the past, and his purpose here is for that. Little guy, can you guess what it is?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, then said, "He doesn't want the inheritance, and probably doesn't care about the divine object. What he wants should be something like a spiritual vein. After all, no matter how monstrous or talented a person is, if he doesn't have cultivation resources, he's useless." The imperial god smiled. "You guessed it." As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian, and then he said, "I have to say you really shocked me." Obviously, he admired Yi Xian a little. Yi Xian smiled, and then he said, "Senior, can you tell me what it is?" The imperial god fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "It's a star vein." A star vein formed from the condensation of millions of star domains, and it contains extremely terrifying star divine energy, and it's sufficient for him to cultivate to the free-form realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Millions of star domains?" The imperial god nodded. "After I reach the peak of the Dao Ming realm, I noticed that the spiritual energy in this universe wasn't enough for me to continue cultivating, so I thought of a way, and that was to gather star energy. When he spoke up to here, he shook his head and smiled. I spent nearly 1,000,000 years to gather enough star energy, and it was really tiring. 1,000,000 years. Even though the Imperial God was only at the Daoming realm all those years ago, could he have been an ordinary Daoming realm expert? Obviously not. Even with his strength, he'd still spent over 1,000,000 years. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian said softly in his heart, "Looks like I have to ask Qing, or to get one for me when I have the time. It's too tiring for me to get one myself." Xiao Tao was speechless. Yi Xian looked at the Imperial God and smiled. "Senior, we'll be taking our leave." As he spoke, he looked at God Ai. "Let's go." God Ai was slightly puzzled. Is Yi Xian going to give up on the Imperial God's inheritance just like that? Yi Xian didn't loosen the reins only to grasp better, and he directly left with God Ai. Meanwhile, the Imperial God suddenly said, "Little fellow, are you interested in accepting my inheritance?" Yi Xian stopped, and he turned to look at the Imperial God with a smile. "Senior, can I speak the truth?" The Imperial God was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. "Of course." Yi Xian smiled. "Actually, I was just joking with Senior. I didn't come here for the so-called inheritance. After all." As he spoke, he gazed at the green profound sword in his hand and said, "If I need an inheritance, isn't the owner of this sword enough?" The Imperial God's face froze when he heard this. However, Yi Xian felt extremely good in his heart. "Damn it, that's what you get for insulting me." Yi Xian continued. "However, I feel that there's someone who's very suitable for Senior's inheritance." The Imperial God gazed at God Ai and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled. "Senior, may I be so bold as to ask if that defying one was born in the same era as you? Who do you think is more outstanding between you and him?" The Imperial God roared with laughter, and his laughter was filled with confidence. Geniuses were all very confident. Moreover, he had the qualifications to be confident. After all, he'd already attained the free transformation realm while the defying one hadn't. Yi Xian looked at God Ai. "I don't think he's inferior to the defying one." The Imperial God smiled. "Why?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Senior, can you guarantee that you'll be able to meet someone more outstanding than him in the future?" The meaning behind his words was that the defying one didn't want your inheritance, and I didn't want it either, so who else could you give it to? If you don't give it to me, then I'll continue waiting until the end of time. Sure enough, the Imperial God fell silent. He valued the defying one the most, but the defying one didn't want it. After he met Yi Xian, he'd become interested in Yi Xian as well. Even though Yi Xian wasn't as monstrous as the defying one, Yi Xian really suited his taste. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't want it as well. So only God Ai remained. The Imperial God gazed at God Ai. Meanwhile, Yi Xian hurriedly sent a voice transmission to God Ai. "Kneel." God Ai was slightly stunned, and he asked in his heart, "Why?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Take him as your master directly. Quickly." God Ai hesitated for a moment. "But I already have a master," Yi Xian said seriously. "An inheritor is different from a master. You're just inheriting his inheritance and bringing it to greater heights. So you're still Senior Mu Ji's disciple, and you're just an inheritor to this senior. Of course, you can take him as your master as well. It doesn't matter if you have one more master. The important thing is that you respect both of them. Besides that, why did Senior Mu go ask you to come here? Isn't it for the sake of his inheritance? If you obtain this senior's inheritance, then your master will definitely be happier than you are." God Ai thought for a moment and said, "But he hasn't said that he wants to take me as his disciple." Yi Xian's face darkened. "He'll definitely take you as his master if you kneel." God Ai hesitated for a moment before he said, "How awkward would it be if he doesn't take me as his disciple after I kneel?" Yi Xian said seriously, "So long as you don't feel awkward, then it'll be others who feel awkward. Understand?" God Ai thought for a moment, and then he knelt down with a thump. "Master." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Big brother, You should kneel to him, not to me. Xiao Tao was speechless. P.S. Asking for tickets. Chapter 2039. He knelt to the wrong person. God, I was slightly embarrassed, and he hurriedly turned to face the imperial god. Master. He kowtowed heavily as he spoke. The imperial god looked at God-I in silence for a long time before he said, My inheritance might be able to help you, but it might also be able to restrict you. Do you understand what I mean? God-I shook his head, no. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. The imperial god's expression froze, but he quickly smiled. If you understand, then you understand. If you don't understand, then you don't understand. That's good. He opened his palm as he spoke, and a spatial ring slowly floated to God-I. My inheritance is in this spatial ring. God-I looked at the imperial god and said seriously, I will do my best to bring glory to Master's teachings, and I will definitely not disgrace Master. The imperial god smiled. All right. He glanced at Yi Xian as he spoke, and then he asked, Are the two of you friends? God-I replied, We're from the same sect. The imperial god smiled. Then we're friends. He looked at God-I and smiled. Your friend isn't bad. You should listen to his opinion in the future. God-I glanced at Yi Xian, and then he nodded. All right. The imperial god chuckled. And then he glanced at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand before he slowly closed his eyes, and he gradually vanished. God-I stood up and said softly, Has Master already fallen? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. God-I looked at the spatial ring in his hand, and then he looked at Yi Xian. Why don't you want this inheritance? Yi Xian smiled. I'm a swordsman, and I have my own path of the sword to walk. He was an entrant, and his path was different from the others, so the imperial god's inheritance was more like a restriction to him. God-I nodded. Thank you. Yi Xian smiled. What are you thanking me for? God-I spoke solemnly. I know he thinks more highly of you. If you nod, this inheritance is yours. Yi Xian smiled and said, Do you still remember what I told you at the beginning? God-I looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, Believe in yourself. You are not inferior to anyone. The God-I was silent. Meanwhile, the horizon in the distance suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, all the spirit energy in the core of the world actually surged towards that direction like a tide. Yi Xian said softly, Looks like the defying ones found the star vein. God-I nodded. Shall we go take a look? Yi Xian laughed and said, Of course. With that, the two of them disappeared on the spot. Not long after, Yi Xian and God-I arrived at the depths of a mountain range. In the air above the mountain range stood a man. The man was very young, and he wore a simple gown. His hair was tied into a bundle behind his head, and he looked extremely simple. Below the man, there was a huge abyssal crack. Within that abyssal crack, one could vaguely see countless starry blue lights. The power of the stars. Extremely dense power of the stars. The man's gaze was fixed on the crack below, and he didn't even spare a glance at Yi Xian and God-I. Yi Xian sized the man up, and was slightly curious. Is this the defying ones? Meanwhile, the crack below grew larger and larger. At the same time, an enormous star vein slowly floated up from the depths of the ground. At this moment, the entire core of the world started to tremble violently. The man looked down with a calm expression. God-I suddenly said, What about Destiny's Child? Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and smiled. He should be here by now. God-I looked at Yi Xian. He's here? Yi Xian nodded. God-I hesitated for a moment and asked, Brother Yi, how did you know? Yi Xian was quite speechless. Of course it was a guess. Does Destiny's Child have anywhere else to go? Of course not. Right at this moment, the ground below split apart completely, and the star vein slowly floated up. Meanwhile, the space not too far away from the defying ones had suddenly split apart, and then a man walked out slowly. The man wore a white robe, had his hands behind his back, and had a calm smile on his face. Destiny's Child. Yi Xian sized Destiny's Child up. This fellow seems like an expert, but I wonder how strong he is. The defying ones glanced at Destiny's Child and withdrew his gaze. He looked at the star vein below him, and then he opened his palm and a white jade bottle appeared there. Right when he was about to take the star vein, it resisted violently and floated towards Destiny's Child. Obviously, it wanted to choose Destiny's Child. The defying ones gazed at Destiny's Child, and the latter smiled. The star vein has a spirit and wants to follow me. The defying ones put away the jade bottle and walked slowly towards Destiny's Child. Right at this moment, the space above him suddenly split apart. In the next moment, a thick layer of clouds appeared above him, and then countless bolts of divine lightning flickered within them. Warning! This wasn't a warning from Destiny, it was a warning from the unseen Destiny. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes when he saw this. Xiao Ta, this fellow seems quite interesting. Xiao Ta said. This fellow should be similar to a Dimensions child. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. A Dimensions child? Xiao Ta explained. To put it simply, it means that he's very formidable. No one can go against him. And anyone who goes against him is equivalent to going against the heavens. Understand? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, so he's even more formidable than the one with the halo? Xiao Ta said with disdain. A Dimensions child without the halo is trash. He's equivalent to an emperor without military power. He looks formidable, but he's actually useless. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Xiao Ta, you're quite useful sometimes. Xiao Ta was speechless. Meanwhile, the Defiant suddenly stopped moving, and then he raised his head to look at the black clouds in the sky. He flicked his thumb lightly, and a ray of white light shot into the sky. Bang! The ray of white light shot into the clouds. In an instant, the clouds exploded apart, and countless bolts of divine lightning were instantly transformed into nothingness. They'd been forcefully wiped out. God's Eye, who stood by Yi Xian's side, instantly revealed a solemn expression when he witnessed this scene. Brother Yi, this fellow is quite ferocious. Can you even defeat him? Yi Xian nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, the Defiant suddenly stopped moving, and then he turned around to look at Yi Xian with a calm expression, but his fists were clenched tightly. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched slightly. Is this fellow going to do something to me? Right at this moment, the Defiant suddenly turned around to look at Destiny's Child, and then he suddenly smashed his fist forward. It was a very simple punch. With this punch, the entire core world became illusory, and the space and time around Destiny's Child began to be annihilated at this moment. However, nothing happened to Destiny's Child at all, because he wasn't in that expanse of space anymore. However, he'd just arrived at the next expanse of space when that expanse of space started to be swiftly obliterated. Moreover, he had no choice but to immediately enter the next expanse of space. A strange scene appeared here. Destiny's Child was ceaselessly leaping through space, but every single time he leaped through space, that expanse of space would be obliterated. Yi Xian and God's Eye's expressions became solemn once more when they witnessed this scene. Both of them were ferocious. Meanwhile, the Defiant suddenly placed his right palm against the center of his forehead, and then he gently sliced forward. Hiss! All of this caused countless expanse of space to split apart, and the speed at which he sliced was even faster than Destiny's Child could leap through space. Destiny's Child's pupils suddenly constricted. He spread open his right hand, pressed his fingers together, and tapped forward. At this moment, a powerful force swept out from the tip of his finger. In an instant, boundless and merciless energy converged towards the tip of his finger from countless expanses of space. This finger had the help of all the worlds in the universe. Yi Xian and God's Eye glanced at each other when they saw this. Needless to say, Destiny's Child does have some ability. At this time, when the Defying One cut open the space in front of Destiny's Child, he directly punched. Fight head-on. Using his own strength to fight against the power of the heavens and the 10,000 worlds. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Xian and God's Eye, a fist and a finger touched each other. In an instant, boom. The space-time around Destiny's Child burned and turned into ashes. Not only that, but Destiny's Child's body was also retreating. It wasn't an ordinary retreat, he was retreating through countless spacetimes. Every time he retreated, that space-time would be destroyed. That punch from the defying ones was too powerful. Destiny's Child's expression gradually turned grave. Right at this moment, his finger actually started to burn slowly as well. At the same time, the formidable energy at the tip of his finger started to disperse as well. Moreover, the countless worlds he couldn't see started to burn as well. This punch wasn't only aimed at Destiny's Child, but also at the 10,000 worlds that were helping him. Yi Xian and God's Eye glanced at each other, and God's Eye's expression became extremely grave. Brother Yi, it seems like I really can't beat him. Later. Do I still have to fight? Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, Destiny's Child suddenly stomped his right foot. Boom. Wherever his foot landed, that space-time turned into nothingness. At this moment, the space between Destiny's Child's eyebrows suddenly split open. The next moment, a red light burst out from between his eyebrows. Pust. The red light blasted towards the space between the defying one's eyebrows. The moment the powerful red light appeared, everything around them turned into nothingness. It couldn't withstand the powerful power of the red light at all. Yi Xian took a deep look at the red light. This red light could probably kill some telekinesis realm experts. At this moment, the defying ones raised his left hand and smashed down with his elbow. Without any fancy moves, it was just a simple smash. Boom. With this smash, the red light was actually forcibly smashed into pieces. Destiny's Child's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene. He was just about to attack again when the defying one suddenly took a step forward. In the next moment, he grabbed Destiny's Child's throat with a single hand. Defeat. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. However, it didn't take long for the surrounding space-time to tremble, and then strands of mysterious energy suddenly enveloped the defying ones. This wasn't a power that belonged to Destiny's Child. God's Eye spoke softly by Yi Xian's side. This is the legendary energy of destiny. Has that ethereal destiny acted? Chapter 2040. Fate. Yi Xian frowned. His intuition told him that something was wrong. What was fate? It was a legendary and illusory existence that controlled everything in the world. Up until now, the only ones who dared to say that they could control their own fate were Qing, his father, and his big brother. Although Destiny's Child was powerful, he probably had nothing to do with the real fate. Of course, the premise was that fate was a spirit with self-awareness. Thinking of this, he felt a headache. What kind of existence was fate? In fact, he couldn't figure it out. You could say that it didn't exist, but was the birth, aging, sickness, and death of all living things really a coincidence? Definitely not. All of this had a pattern, and if there was a pattern, it could be man-made. Even if it wasn't a human, it must be some form of living thing. If you said it existed, no one could tell what it was. Yi Xian looked into the distance and stopped thinking about this problem. Wouldn't he know if he had the chance to ask Qing, in the future? In the distance, the defying walker stopped and looked around. At this moment, the space-time around him was densely packed with mysterious forces. These mysterious forces were like a huge net that enveloped him. The defying walker frowned. He suddenly opened his left hand, and an invisible force quietly gathered in his palm. The next moment, his left hand swept in all directions. Boom. With this sweep, the surrounding mysterious forces were swept away. Not only that, but the space-time within hundreds of thousands of miles actually fluctuated like a wave. It was extremely shocking. Seeing this scene, Destiny's Child, whose throat was grabbed by the defying walker, turned gloomy. You dare to fight against fate? The defying walker slowly clenched his left hand, and then put it behind him. He shook his head slightly. You can't represent fate. This shouldn't be the true power of fate. Fate is mysterious because it is everywhere, but it is never there. Moreover, cultivators, from the moment they start cultivating, they are fighting against Tao and fate. Those who don't fight are either incompetent or dead. With that, he loosened his left hand and turned to walk down the star vein. Destiny's Child was stunned. You won't kill me? The defying walker shook his head. You don't have the qualifications for me to kill you. Destiny's Child's face instantly turned ugly. This sentence made him feel worse than killing him. This was a humiliation. No, this was a direct disregard. As the #1 monstrous genius of the Saint bloodline, he shouldn't be compared with the Defying Ones. Between him and the Defying Ones, who was the most monstrous genius in the great Mo Heaven domain, he had always wanted to fight a defying being. In his opinion, there was no one in the younger generation who was a match for him. However, the cruel reality was that he was no match for this defying being. The other party disdained to kill him. Next to Yi Xian, God I said in a low voice, "Will there be a problem with his mentality?" Yi Xian glanced at Destiny's Child. If this is his first failure, then there will definitely be a problem. This kind of person has never experienced the cruel beatings of society. Once they encounter failure, they will deny themselves and then go to a dead end. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. It was impossible for outsiders to dissuade him on this matter. Otherwise, the other party might bear a grudge against him. God I suddenly asked, "Brother Yi, have you ever been beaten by society?" Yi Xian said seriously, "How could that be? I have always been invincible. Especially the younger generation. There is no one who can match up to me." God I. At this time, the defying being had already put the star vein into his storage ring. His goal was this star vein. After collecting the star vein, he was about to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at God I. "I heard that your God I is not ordinary. Can you let me see it?" God I was silent. Yi Xian pulled God I's sleeve. "Don't be afraid. Get him." God I nodded slightly. He walked towards the defying being and slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 blood-red lights shot out from his eyes. As the 2 blood-red lights appeared, the space-time in front of him turned into nothingness. In the distance, the defying being spread out his right hand and pressed it forward. Boom! An invisible force forcefully blocked the 2 blood-red lights. Under the obstruction of this invisible force, the 2 blood-red lights couldn't advance even an inch. At this moment, God I suddenly roared in rage. 2 terrifying blood-red lights burst out from his eyes again. At this moment, the 2 blood-red lights were like scorching suns, and the entire core world started to melt. Yi Xian was shocked. This God I is not bad. In the distance, when the 2 blood-red lights blasted towards the defying being, the powerful force directly blasted the defying being thousands of meters away. After the defying being stopped, he pointed forward with his fingers and punched again. Boom! The 2 blood-red lights were directly turned into nothingness. God I's entire body was sent flying, but it wasn't long before a hand caught him. It was Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian looked at God I. God I's eyes were slightly closed, and 2 streams of blood flowed slowly from the corners of his eyes. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "Are you all right?" God I shook his head slightly. "Just a little weak." Yi Xian nodded. "It's good that you're fine." Meanwhile, the defying being spoke abruptly. God I. You still can't utilize the full strength of your eyes. Didn't you obtain the inheritance of the Imperial God? I'll come look for you in a few days. I hope you'll be able to give me a pleasant surprise then. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, God I spoke abruptly. You can fight Brother Yi. He's very strong as well. Yi Xian was speechless. The defying being stopped, and then he turned around to gaze at Yi Xian in silence. God I pulled on Yi Xian's arm. Brother Yi, get him. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, First, Destiny's Child fought him, and then you fought him. Now I'm going to fight him as well. Wouldn't others say that we're taking turns fighting him? God I thought for a moment and said, That seems to be the case. Yi Xian was about to speak when the defying being spoke abruptly. No. Yi Xian gazed at the defying being, and the defying being said, I didn't use any strength to fight them just now. You don't have to feel guilty about fighting me. God I, who stood by Yi Xian's side, hurriedly said, Get him. Yi Xian smiled, and then he stood up and walked towards the defying being. How about this? We'll decide the outcome with a single move. What do you think? The defying being gazed at Yi Xian. All right. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp. He gazed at the defying being and smiled. No one has been able to take a single attack from me until now. I hope you don't disappoint me. The defying being nodded slightly. I know you're trying to provoke me. However, I'm still willing to take a single attack from you. I hope you don't disappoint me. I'll kill you if you disappoint me. Yi Xian was quite puzzled. Why? The defying being gazed at Yi Xian. Even though they lost to me, they weren't flashy at all. On the other hand, you've been flashy since the beginning. I hate flashy people who aren't strong. Yi Xian roared with laughter. Then I'll attack. The defying being nodded. Bring it on. Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward and flicked his left thumb. Bang. In the blink of an eye, under the astonished gazes of Destiny's Child and God's Eye, the defying one had silently retreated 30 kilometers away, and as soon as he stopped, the space behind him had been reduced to ashes. Moreover, the defying being's right hand had actually split apart, and it split all the way down to his shoulder. Both God Eye and Destiny's Child were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Is that attack so ferocious? Meanwhile, Yi Xian put the green profound sword away, and then he gazed at the defying being and smiled. That's it. That's it. The expressions of both God Eye and Destiny's Child froze when they heard this. The defying being who stood before Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. I was careless. As he spoke, his gaze descended onto the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. I underestimated the sword in your hand even more. Yi Xian grinned, and then he turned around and walked towards God Eye. Meanwhile, the defying being spoke abruptly. Is it over? Yi Xian stopped moving, and then he turned around to look at the defying being. I only utilized 30% of my strength just now. If I used my full strength, then you would be dead. Do you know that? The defying being gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian spoke seriously. You seem to not believe me? The defying being nodded. Now you can utilize your full strength. However, Yi Xian shook his head. Not now. The defying being frowned slightly. Why? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think of my attack just now? The defying being thought for a moment, and then he said, It's very strong. Even though he hadn't utilized his full strength just now, needless to say, Yi Xian's attack was very strong indeed. After all, if he hadn't utilized his full strength just now, then Yi Xian's attack might have been able to kill him, especially when Yi Xian's aura and sword energy had actually suppressed him. That was the most surprising to the defying being. After all, even Destiny's Child hadn't been able to suppress him when he utilized the energy of the world. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, With our strengths, it's impossible to determine a victor in a short period of time. Why don't we set a time and fight again? At that time, we can determine a victor. What do you think? The defying being frowned slightly. Set a time? Yi Xian nodded. Why don't we do it 3 months from now? We'll fight again in 3 months. The defying being gazed at Yi Xian. Are you sure? I have to tell you that I might have reached another level in 3 months. Yi Xian smiled. It's fine. If you think it's not enough, then I can give you a few more months. The defying being frowned slightly. Are you that confident? Yi Xian roared with laughter. It's not that I'm confident, but I hope that my opponent is very strong. A person who hopes that his opponent is weak is definitely a weakling himself. So I hope that my opponent is strong, the stronger the better. In any case, I'm invincible, so do whatever you want. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 2041. God's Eye and Destiny's Child's expressions became strange when they heard Yi Xian's words. Invincible? Is this fellow really invincible? Even though Yi Xian is very strong in their opinion, it's a bit too much to say that he's invincible. The defying one gazed at Yi Xian, and didn't say anything. He felt a headache coming on as well. Isn't the outcome of the battle still undecided? Why does it seem like I've already lost? How depressing. In the distance, Yi Xian walked over to God's Eye and smiled. Let's go. Destiny's Child hesitated for a moment before he said, Brother Yi, that star vein. Yi Xian turned to glance at the defying one and smiled. I'll give that star vein to you. Remember, you owe me a favor. Destiny's Child was speechless. The Defying One frowned slightly. It seems like it was. Yi Xian suddenly said, "We'll meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with God's eye. The Defying One frowned even more. Destiny's Child hesitated for a moment before he turned around and left as well. The Defying One fell silent for a moment before he said, "What the hell?" At this moment, an old man appeared beside the Defying One. It was the Devil Bloodline's master, Gu Qin. Gu Qin looked at the Defying One and said softly, "Why didn't you kill them?" The Defying One fell silent for a moment before he said, "I won't fight for a moment." Gu Qin was slightly stunned when he heard this, but a wisp of a smile quickly appeared on his face. Won't fight for a moment. Even though he hoped that the Defying One would kill Destiny's Child and the other two, he felt very gratified when he heard the Defying One's answer. Why? Because the Defying One's goal wasn't a temporary victory, but a future grand Dao. As if he'd thought of something, Gu Qin suddenly said, "What do you think of that swordsman just now?" The Defying One fell silent for a moment before he said, "I don't know if he only used 30% of his strength in that attack." Gu Qin asked, "What if he really only used 30% of his strength?" Defying Walker said softly, "That sword is very strong, but the key is still that sword. That sword can tear apart my retrograde power." After a moment of silence, Gu Qin said, "When did the Saint Bloodline accept such a monster?" At this moment, the Defying One looked at the storage ring in his hand. "I'm going into seclusion for a period of time. I'll go find him in 3 months." With that, he turned around and disappeared. Gu Qin turned around to take a look and sighed in his heart. The inheritance of the free transformation realm expert. He already knew that the inheritance of the embodiment transformation powerhouse had fallen into the hands of the Saint Bloodline. Needless to say, this was a pity. But when he thought of the Defying Ones, he felt relieved. Avatar transformation? It was only a matter of time before the Defying Ones reached embodiment transformation. A moment later, Gu Qin left. Saint Bloodline inside the main hall. Yi Xian, Destiny's Child, and God's Eye stood in the main hall. In front of them were the 3 gods of peace. The few of them had been paying attention to the core all this time. Therefore, they knew everything that was happening inside. All 3 of them looked at Yi Xian. It has to be said that all 3 of them had mixed feelings. Originally, they thought that Destiny's Child could be on par with the Defying Ones, but they were disappointed. Destiny's Child was directly beaten up by the Defying Ones. It was a real beating. If not for Yi Xian standing up, the Saint Bloodline would have lost all face. At this time, the Saint Bloodline's leader, Su Chong, suddenly looked at Destiny's Child and smiled. "You've been dealt a blow?" Destiny's Child was silent. Su Chong sighed softly. "If this small blow makes you deny yourself and become unable to recover, then you will be abandoned by fate. Do you understand?" Destiny's Child nodded. Su Chong continued. "As a man, losing isn't scary. What's scary is not having the courage to start again." Destiny's Child looked at Su Chong. "Master, don't worry, I won't give up." Su Chong nodded. "That's good." Saying so, he looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "I have to say, you've surprised us all." Yi Xian smiled. "Leader, I have a small question." Su Chong nodded. "Speak." Yi Xian said, "There's actually a world underground?" Su Chong spoke softly. "Not to mention you, even we're quite surprised. I just don't know if that world was created by the Imperial God, or if it has existed since the beginning." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Is there a difference?" Su Chong smiled. "If it was created by the Imperial God, then that world wouldn't be so mysterious. If that world was before the Imperial God." He didn't continue speaking when he spoke up to this point. Yi Xian understood when he heard this. If that world was before the Imperial God, then it meant that it might have been created by someone. Moreover, the core of the world wasn't simple. He'd felt how terrifying the gravity was when he went down there, so how much gravity would it take to create a world underground? In other words, the Imperial God wasn't the first expert to attain free transformation. Meanwhile, Su Chong spoke abruptly. "Based on the current situation, the strength of the Defying One isn't inferior to a thought-transcendent realm expert. If he improves further, then even a thought-transcendent realm expert would be no match for him. Once he improves further, then the current situation in the Great Motian region will be instantly destroyed, and will be suppressed by the devil veins or even destroyed. The expressions of everyone in the hall became slightly solemn when they heard this. The current ratio of the saint veins to the devil veins was 40-60, and the reason was because of the defying one. But if the defying one improved further, then it wouldn't be 40-60 anymore. Moreover, the defying one had underestimated him. If the defying one hadn't underestimated him at all, then he might not have been able to tear the defying one's hand apart. Meanwhile, Su Chong spoke abruptly. We don't have much time, so we'll start targeted training for you now. Our Saint Veins will do our best to help you defeat the defying one in the competition 3 months from now. As he spoke, he glanced at Mu Ge. The latter understood his intentions, and then he opened his palm and a command token flew out from within it. In the blink of an eye, 3 black-robed old men appeared here. Su Chong gazed at Yi Xian. Let's start with the battle. The core of that attack you executed against the defying one was your imposing aura and sword energy, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Su Chong turned to look at the 3 old men beside him. These 3 are our Saint Bloodline's Grand Elders. They are Elder Mu, Elder Shen, and Elder Qiao. From now on, the 3 of them will be training you. Yi Xian looked at them and bowed slightly. Thank you. Elder Mu glanced at Yi Xian. Do you know how many types of energy there are? Yi Xian shook his head. Elder Mu spoke in a low voice. At least a few hundred. Yi Xian was speechless. Elder Mu continued. You mainly focus on imposing aura and sword energy. You've practically reached your limits in these 2 types of energy. Now we suggest that you borrow energy. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Borrow energy? Elder Mu nodded. Your own energy has a limit in the end. But if you borrow energy, then you'll be able to temporarily break through that limit. Borrow the energy of time and space. Borrow the energy of the heavens. If the time is right, you can even borrow external energy to allow yourself to break through again. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. How do I borrow energy? Elder Mu smiled. That's very simple. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Very simple? Elder Mu nodded. Our Saint Veins have been passed down for so many years. Naturally, we have a lot of cultivation methods and divine abilities. As he spoke, he looked at Su Chong. Leader, I want to use all the resources in the sect. Su Chong smiled, sure. From now on, all the resources in the sect are at your disposal. Not only that, everyone has to cooperate with you, including me. A moment later, the entire Saint Veins began to move. Chapter 2042. The Saint Bloodline had no choice but to help Yi Xian improve. If Yi Xian was unable to defeat the defying ones, then the Saint Bloodline would be completely suppressed, and that would be extremely fatal to the Saint Bloodline. As for Yi Xian, he needed someone to help him find out what he was lacking. He was walking on a completely new path, and while others couldn't help him in terms of the direction of the Grand Tao, they could help him in the details. In the following period of time, Yi Xian started to learn how to take advantage of the Grand Tao. Actually, his method of taking advantage of the Grand Tao was similar to how Destiny's Child had summoned all the worlds in the universe to help him. However, the difference was that Destiny's Child had his own core, which was his own aura and sword energy. On the other hand, Destiny's Child completely relied on the energy of the universe. Once the defying ones destroyed the energy of the universe, Destiny's Child was like a wolf without fangs, and he could only wait to be slaughtered. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the starry sky, and the 3 supreme elders weren't too far away from him. Elder Mu said, The Grand Tao scripture that we passed down to you just now is a mental cultivation technique of our Saint Bloodline to condense force. It's ranked 2nd in our Saint Bloodline, so you have to fully comprehend it now. Yi Xian frowned slightly. 2nd? What about the 1st? Elder Mu hesitated for a moment before he said, It's not that we don't want to pass it down to you, but I'm afraid you can't cultivate it. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? Elder Mu said solemnly, Because the first mental cultivation technique has an extremely harsh requirement. When you condense force, you have to travel through space, not just 1 or 2 layers of space, but countless layers. Under such circumstances, it's very difficult for you to succeed. Even if you succeed, it'll probably take half a month to condense it once. Travel through space, Yi Xian said solemnly. To borrow the power of the universe, you have to travel through countless layers of space, right? Elder Mu nodded. The Grand Tao scripture is a bit simpler. Of course, it's much less useful because it can only allow you to borrow the power of the nearby worlds. In fact, these 2 mental cultivation methods were created by the same person. The reason why that senior created this mental cultivation method was because the previous mental cultivation method had too harsh requirements for the cultivator. Normal people can't cultivate it at all. Therefore, he created this great Tao canon. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Give me the first-rank mental cultivation method." Elder Mu hesitated for a moment before saying, "This? I'm afraid that after you cultivate it, you won't be able to use it, which will be a waste of time." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's fine, give it to me. Ignore space and time." With the Qingxian sword, wouldn't he be able to ignore any space-time? Elder Mu glanced at Yi Xian and did not refuse. He pointed a finger, and a white light entered the space between Yi Xian's brows. Boom! In an instant, countless pieces of information surged into Yi Xian's mind. The divine techniques of the Great Tao. This was a mental cultivation method for gathering power. It had to be said that it was a bit terrifying. According to the description, after cultivating it, one could instantly gather the power of the heavens and 10,000 worlds. However, it was very harsh. Firstly, the user had to be able to ignore the space-time barriers of the heavens and 10,000 worlds. The reason that Senior had been able to create this cultivation method was mainly because he had the space-time divine physique. He couldn't ignore space-time, but he could merge with many different space-times. On the other hand, Yi Xian could completely ignore space-time, and it was even more terrifying than this space-time physique. In the following period of time, Yi Xian started to study this great Tao canon. With the help of Elder Mu and the others, his speed could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. 10 days later, Yi Xian started to gather power. Yi Xian closed his eyes slightly in the starry sky. After a long time of silence, he suddenly opened his eyes. "Come." As soon as he spoke, the space-time of countless planes started to tremble violently. Immediately after that, strands of extremely terrifying power surged out from the space-time around Yi Xian, and they converged like a river into the Qingxian sword in Yi Xian's hand. Boundless power. The expressions of Elder Mu and the others became solemn when they witnessed this scene. The speed at which this power was gathered was too swift. The divine elder who stood by Elder Mu's side gazed at the Qingxian sword in Yi Xian's hand. Will this sword be able to endure it? Elder Mu glanced at the Qingxian sword in Yi Xian's hand, and then he said, "It should be fine." In the starry sky, the Qingxian sword began to tremble slightly. Beside him, the starry sky around him began to boil at this moment. Not only that, but there was also an endless amount of momentum surging towards Yi Xian from all directions. At this moment, the momentum contained in Yi Xian's Qingxian sword had reached an extremely terrifying level. Yi Xian pressed his thumb lightly against the hilt of the Qingxian sword. His eyes were still slightly closed, and he didn't attack. He wanted to see his limits. It wasn't long before he noticed that he had no limits at all. Or it should be said that the Qingxian sword had no limits. The power surged into the Qingxian sword like a river flowing into an ocean. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly when he noticed this. He was using the Qingxian sword as a vessel to condense his power. In other words, so long as the Qingxian sword could endure it, then there would be no limit to the amount of power he could gather. The size of the Qingxian sword's vessel was determined by the amount of power he could gather. The current situation was that the Qingxian sword had no limit. Meanwhile, the starry sky suddenly seethed violently, and then countless strands of starlight were obliterated. The expressions of Elder Mu and the others had changed. At this moment, all of them felt that they were in danger. Meanwhile, The space around Yi Xian had started to burn and be obliterated. This expanse of space wasn't able to endure the power that he'd borrowed. Meanwhile, Elder Mu hesitated for a moment and said, "You still haven't reached your limit?" "Limit?" Yi Xian gazed at Elder Mu and smiled. "I've only just begun." Elder Mu was speechless. Meanwhile, Elder Qiu suddenly said, "You can't borrow anymore." Yi Xian was quite puzzled. Why? Elder Qiu spoke solemnly. "If you continue, then it'll harm the quintessence of many worlds." Yi Xian sensed for a moment. Sure enough, it was just as Elder Qiu had said. If he continued, then he would really harm the quintessence of those worlds. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and was about to sever his connection with those worlds. However, the Divine Elder suddenly said, "Wait." Yi Xian gazed at the Divine Elder while the Divine Elder stared at Yi Xian. "You can sense the energy of all the worlds in the universe right now, and then analyze the differences between them, your own energy, and your sword energy. In the end, see if you can fuse them perfectly and form a new type of energy." Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. Right. What's my true objective? I hope to rely on this energy to improve myself. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and then he comprehended the boundless energy. How is this energy different from my own energy? It didn't take long for Yi Xian to notice a core point, and it was that his energy was very simple. Both his own energy and sword energy were very simple, and they didn't contain any other energy. However, the energy of all the worlds in the universe was different. It was all-encompassing and wasn't a single entity, yet it was condensed into a whole. Fuse. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he started to fuse the energy of all the worlds in the universe into one with his own energy. However, he noticed that it was very difficult. It was very difficult for two completely different types of energy to fuse. Meanwhile, the Divine Elder suddenly said, "Is it difficult?" Yi Xian nodded. The Divine Elder fell silent for a moment before he said, "You can try to fuse with them instead of making them fuse with you." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. "That's possible?" The Divine Elder said, "Give it a try." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he started to try to fuse his energy and sword energy with the energy of all the worlds in the universe. He noticed that when his energy and sword energy took the initiative to fuse with the energy of all the worlds in the universe, the energy of all the worlds in the universe actually didn't reject him and allowed him to fuse with it. Yi Xian gazed at the Divine Elder with a puzzled gaze. The Divine Elder pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "All the worlds in the universe can accommodate everything, and it can accommodate you as well. However, you can't accommodate all the worlds in the universe. It's like how an ocean can accommodate a river, but can a river accommodate a river?" Yi Xian fell silent. The Divine Elder continued, "After being in contact with you for the past few days, the three of us have noticed that your sword Dao is very special. It isn't a normal way of breaking through the Dao. Your sword Dao is very different, and we've never seen it before." He paused for a moment before he continued. "However, all the grand Daos in the world lead to the same destination. We'll give you a suggestion. In the process of cultivation, don't focus too much on yourself. You can also try to come into contact with heaven and earth. That defying one is equivalent to going against the heavens. The path he takes is the complete opposite of most cultivators. His cultivation method is countless times more difficult than ordinary people. Of course, his strength is also countless times stronger than ordinary people." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior, you want me to obey the Tendo?" The Divine Elder hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "I know you might be a little disgusted. After all, most capable people like to go against heaven. Moreover, obeying the Tendo will make you feel like you're submitting to the Tendo." Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No, Senior, you've misunderstood. I don't feel that way. Tendo. He naturally didn't dislike the Tendo. What a joke. Sister Nian was a 5-dimensional Tendo. The Divine Elder was stunned. Yi Xian said seriously. "As far as I know, many Tendo are very good. More often than not, some living beings like to stir up trouble and go against heaven. I personally hate this kind of people. Most Tendo will do anything, but many living beings like to go against heaven when they have nothing better to do. That kind of people have nothing better to do. As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the endless power in the green profound sword gushed out and surged into Yi Xian's body. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's power reached its peak, and the Divine Elder and the other two in front of him were directly sent tens of thousands of feet away. Not only that, from the vast starry sky, countless stars surged towards Yi Xian like a wave. Yi Xian was stunned at first. In the next moment, he hurriedly raised his sword towards the sky. I, Yi Xian, am willing to die with the Tendo. Oh no, I will live and die with the Tendo. Live and die together. The Divine Elder and the other two. Someone asked me what I would do if I suddenly had 100 million. I thought about it for a long time, and I think I would still write books. After all, writing books is my hobby. What meaning would there be in life? I write not for money. Chapter 2043. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Divine Elder and the other two were dumbfounded. Why is this guy so smart? Of course, most importantly, they didn't expect that the Tendo would respond to Yi Xian. What does this mean? It means that the Tendo approves of Yi Xian. Does flattery work on the Tendo? The three of them looked at each other with a trace of disbelief in their eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. There was a huge difference between possessing the Qingxian sword and possessing Yi Xian. This was because the heavenly ways of the myriad realms had acknowledged Yi Xian. In the beginning, when he cultivated the great Tao scripture, it was equivalent to borrowing the force of the heavens. Perhaps the heaven Tao was very strong in the eyes of the people of the mortal world, but in the eyes of experts at their level, an ordinary heaven Tao was actually nothing. So, if he wanted to borrow power, then the heaven Taos of the myriad of worlds wouldn't dare refuse. But things were different now. The great path of the universe had acknowledged Yi Xian, and it had taken the initiative to help him. There was an essential difference. Of course, what Yi Xian did not know was that everything had its causes and effects. If you borrowed something, you would have to return it. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm and pressed it down lightly. In an instant, the force disappeared. He didn't choose to test it with his sword because he was afraid that it could destroy the great Motian territory. At this moment, Divine Elder said in a deep voice, "You surprised us." Yi Xian looked at Divine Elder and smiled. "Senior, what should we cultivate next?" Divine Elder glanced at Yi Xian and said, "You don't seem to be afraid of the Defying One." Yi Xian asked, "Why should I be afraid?" Divine Elder looked at Yi Xian for a while and smiled. "Indeed, the Defying One is nothing. Let's practice actual combat." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Elder Qiu, and the latter nodded slightly. Elder Qiu opened his palm, and a small crystal cube appeared in his hand. Yi Xian was a little curious. "This is," Elder Qiu said, "this is an independent illusory world, and it's made up of countless formations. It's perfect for actual combat training." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Just as well." With that, the four of them entered the Rubik's Cube. Within the world of the magic cube, Yi Xian looked around. The world around him was indeed an illusion. In other words, he could recklessly destroy it. Yi Xian looked at the three elders and asked, "Seniors, who is my opponent?" The Divine Elder looked at Yi Xian. "Us." Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, "The three of you?" The Divine Elder nodded. "You have to fight 1 against 3. Yi Xian smiled and said, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm and the green profound sword in his hand flew out. He did it without hesitation. The moment the sword flew out, the Divine Elder suddenly vanished on the spot. The next moment, the sword was directly grabbed by a huge illusory hand. At the same time, a fist appeared in front of Yi Xian's forehead. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and with a thought, countless sword chi flew out from his body. Bang! A wave of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian instantly retreated tens of thousands of meters away. But before he could stop, a fist slammed into his chest. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian's body collapsed, and only his soul was left. Yi Xian was stunned. In the distance, the divine elder looked at Yi Xian. Do you think we're very weak? Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. No. It's just that I didn't expect the three of you to be at the telekinesis realm as well. The divine elder nodded. When we were at the telekinesis realm, Su Chong and the others were as young as you. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Elder Chiu spoke in a low voice. We don't know exactly how strong the Defying One is, but we're sure that he's hidden his strength very well, and he might even have attained the telekinesis realm a long time ago. Elder Chiu added, perhaps he has attained the Dao Illumination realm. Dao Illumination. Elder Mu and the Divine Elder fell silent when they heard this. Actually, they didn't want to think in that direction. Elder Chiu gazed at Yi Xian. Little fellow, how did you feel when you faced him? Speak the truth and don't use fancy words. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, unfathomable. Unfathomable. Elder Chiu said, you didn't feel that way when you faced the three of us, right? Yi Xian nodded. Hearing this, the expressions of the three turned grave. A short while later, Elder Chiu sighed softly. Little fellow, if you don't want to get involved in this, then we won't stop you. You can leave. We're not playing hard to get, nor are we trying to goad you into action. The Divine Elder and Elder Mu gazed at Elder Chiu. Elder Chiu glanced at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. He's an extraordinary genius. If he fights the Defying One now, then it's very likely that he'll die prematurely. Our saint bloodline shouldn't trick him like that. A trace of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes when he heard this. He hadn't expected the old geezer to think in that way. Elder Mu and the Divine Elder fell silent. Elder Chiu gazed at Yi Xian. You decide. Yi Xian smiled. Fight. Elder Chiu gazed at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian roared with laughter. Because I want to see if I'm inferior to anyone in the younger generation. It wasn't his problem if the older generation was stronger than him, but if the younger generation was stronger than him as well, then it was his own problem. He never thought that he was the best among the younger generation, but he didn't think that he was inferior to anyone either. He could have let the three old men bring him into the Xiaota to cultivate. If he cultivated in the Xiaota, he was confident that he could kill any Dao Ming realm expert after 3 months. However, he didn't choose to do so. This time, he wanted a fair fight because the Defying One was upright and above board. Yi Xian had his own pride. If you play dirty, then I'll play dirty. If you're upright and above board, then I won't be a villain. Yi Xian could lose in terms of strength, but he would never lose in terms of character. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Elder Chiu nodded slightly. Then let's continue. In the following time, after Yi Xian reconstructed his body, he continued to fight with the three old men. If it was just one of them, he wouldn't feel any fear. However, it was 1 against 3. He was completely suppressed and couldn't fight back at all. The three of them were the pinnacle experts of the Great Mo Heaven domain. Especially when the three of them joined forces, they didn't give Yi Xian any chance at all. Of course, he had also improved. That was, he didn't dare to fight head-on anymore. Instead, he learned to pull. As he fought and pulled, he didn't get beaten up so badly. In front of a hall, God-I looked at the void and frowned slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Destiny's Child appeared beside him. Destiny's Child looked up at the sky. He can't beat the Defying One. God-I looked at Destiny's Child. Why? Destiny's Child said softly. Because when I fought with the Defying One, I could feel that he hid most of his strength that day. Compared to him, we are indeed much weaker. God-I smiled. Brother Mingtai, I think something is wrong with your thinking. Destiny's Child looked at God-I. What's wrong with my thinking? God-I said softly. I also lost to the Defying One that day, but I never thought that I was weaker than him. Destiny's Child looked at God-I. Why? God-I said with a smile. I admit that he is indeed strong, but I will never deny myself again. If we can't beat him now, does that mean we can't beat him for the rest of our lives? If we deny ourselves in our hearts and think that we can't beat him, then we will be inferior to him for the rest of our lives. Destiny's Child was silent. At this moment, God-I looked up at the void. I think that Brother Yi can definitely beat the Defying One. Destiny's Child glanced at God Eye. What makes you think so? God Eye said softly, Brother Yi said that he has never been defeated. Destiny's Child frowned slightly. You believe him? God Eye nodded. Of course. Destiny's Child frowned even deeper. What makes you believe him? God Eye thought for a moment, then said, I think that a genius like Brother Yi would definitely disdain to lie. He said that he has been invincible all along, and I believe that this is definitely true. As he said that, he looked at Destiny's Child. He injured that defying one with one slash before. Do you think this kind of peerless swordsman would disdain to lie? Destiny's Child was silent. God Eye continued. In the beginning, I also thought that Brother Yi was flashy, but later I realized that the world only saw the flashy side of Brother Yi, but did not see his inner wisdom. Look at me, I followed him and got the inheritance of a free transformation realm powerhouse for nothing. If I continue to follow him, there will definitely be more benefits in the future. I will definitely befriend this brother of mine. Destiny's Child looked at God Eye. You? Awesome. God Eye looked at Destiny's Child. Brother Mingtai, why don't you follow Brother Yi too? I think that you have quite a future. Destiny's Child shook his head. I won't follow anyone. After saying that, he turned and left. God Eye shook his head. Is it embarrassing to follow someone else? At this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly tore open, and the next moment, a man slowly walked out. When he saw the person, God Eye's expression instantly became serious. The person was the defying one. At this moment, Su Chong and the others also appeared in the sky. Su Chong looked at the defying one. It seems like it's not time yet. The defying one nodded. I know. Su Chong frowned slightly. Then what are you doing here? The defying one said. I have broken through, and I am bored, so I came here to wait for him. Hearing this, the expressions of Su Chong and the others instantly became serious. Broken through? This fellow has broken through? This was not the main point. The main point was what this fellow had broken through. Is it the telekinesis realm, or the Daoming realm? At this moment, the defying one looked up at the sky. He still hasn't broken through? Su Chong and the others fell silent. At this moment, the three of them had slightly ugly expressions. The defying one retracted his gaze and said, Then I will wait for him. Su Chong looked at the defying one. Aren't you afraid that we will kill you here? The defying one glanced at Su Chong. In this great Motian region, no one can kill me. Chapter 2044. Su Chong and the others frowned when they heard the defying being. No one can kill him? Needless to say, the defying being was quite arrogant. But if they thought about it from another perspective, was the defying being really arrogant? The expressions of Su Chong and the others gradually turned solemn. Even though they wanted to crush the defying being right now, they didn't attack. Because they weren't confident in their ability to do so. Not to mention the defying being's own strength. The Devil Heritage expert was hiding in the shadows as well. If they attacked right now, then it would be a life and death struggle for them. But it hadn't come to that yet. Because the Saint Bloodline experts had a final trump card, and it was Yi Xian. When they thought about Yi Xian, they couldn't help but glance up into the sky. Could Yi Xian really defeat the defying being? Actually, they weren't very confident because the defying being was too heaven-defying. Even someone as strong as the Child of Destiny was like an ant before him. As for the flashy Yi Xian, suddenly, a sword howl resounded through the sky, and then the sky split apart. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian appeared here. Shi Wang frowned slightly when he saw Yi Xian. You. Yi Xian grinned. Leader, I'm too embarrassed to make others wait for me for so long. Shi Wang gazed at Yi Xian. Be careful. Yi Xian nodded, and then he gazed at the defying being and smiled. I never expected that you would arrive so quickly. The defying being sized up Yi Xian, and then he said, You can continue cultivating. We agreed on a time of 3 months. Only 5 or 6 days have passed now, so I can wait for you. Yi Xian smiled. There's no need to wait. Let's begin right now. The defying being nodded. All right. Yi Xian said. Are we going to fight here? Shi Wang's face darkened. Do you want to destroy our saint bloodline? Yi Xian was speechless. Shi Wang raised his head and looked at the distant horizon. Gu Qin, as far as I know, there's a mysterious outer world in your devil vein. This world is empty and perfect for battles, right? At this time, an old man walked out. It was the master of the demonic vein, Gu Qin. Gu Qin glanced at Yi Xian, then opened his palm, and an ancient painting appeared in his hand. Su Wang looked at Gu Qin. I believe that this is a fair battle. Leader Gu will not play any tricks, right? The defying one said abruptly. Don't worry, Void Pulse Master. Just as you said, this is a fair battle, and no one will play tricks. Shi Wang nodded. That's good. With that, he looked at Yi Xian. Be careful. Yi Xian laughed and said, Of course. As he spoke, he entered the outer world with the defying one. The outerverse world was an endless void. Everything here was composed of array formations. It was similar to the magic cube world from before, but this world was much larger and much more solid. After the two entered the outer world, the Divine Elder and the other two appeared beside Shi Wang and the other two. Shi Wang said in a low voice, Are you confident? The Divine Elder shook his head. I don't know. Shi Wang looked at the Divine Elder. I don't know. The Divine Elder nodded. We can't see through him. Shi Wang smiled faintly. It's good that you can't see through him. Everyone looked at the outer world. Opposite Yi Xian, the defying one looked at Yi Xian. I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise. Yi Xian laughed. I hope you aren't too weak. Who didn't know how to show off? The defying one nodded. Then let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. As soon as he took that step, Yi Xian felt his vision blurred. Countless worlds flashed before his eyes like sparks flying off a flint. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. The defying one intended to use dimensions to suppress him. Moreover, the defying one was already a few tens of thousands of layers of space in an instant. If Chen-Shi couldn't enter the same space as the defying one, then Chen-Shi would be in an absolutely disadvantageous position. Yi Xian didn't choose to jump through space. Instead, he pushed up lightly with his thumb. Hiss. The sword in his sheath suddenly flew out. Hiss. An extremely ear-piercing sound of something tearing resounded. In an instant, a bottomless rift had appeared in the space in front of Yi Xian. This strike contained his own imposing aura. Meanwhile, the defying one stopped. In the next moment, he and Yi Xian retreated explosively at the same time. And they only stopped after moving almost 3 kilometers back. After the defying one stopped, he glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. Why aren't you using that sword from that day? The sword Yi Xian was using now wasn't the green profound sword. Yi Xian smiled. Swordsman. What's important is the person, not the sword. In my hand, even a piece of wood is a peerless divine sword. Xiao Ta. The defying one looked at Yi Xian. I think there's a difference. If you were to use that divine sword, I would be more fearful. But the sword in your hand, forgive me for being blunt, I'm afraid it's difficult for it to harm me. Yi Xian smiled. Again? The defying one nodded. As soon as he nodded, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly disappeared. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the entire outer world boiled. Imposing aura and sword momentum. Probing? Neither of them chose to test the waters. Once they started fighting, they immediately went all out. At their level, there was no need for any probing. As soon as Yi Xian's sword was unleashed, the entire outer world boiled. Countless arrays started burning at this moment. The outer world couldn't withstand the power of this sword. When they saw this scene, the expressions of Gu Qin and the others outside became heavy. The power of Yi Xian's sword was beyond their expectations. Opposite Yi Xian, the defying one slowly closed his eyes. When Yi Xian's sword arrived in front of him, a strange scene appeared. Yi Xian's sword seemed to be moving forward, but in fact it was moving backward, slashing towards Yi Xian himself. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's pupils constricted, moving in the opposite direction. His sword was moving in the opposite direction. At this moment, the sword was extremely fast. In an instant, Yi Xian's sword pierced between his eyebrows. Outside, it was silent. Is it over? Is it over just like this? God Mu stared at Yi Xian, who was in the outer world. By the side, the corners of Gu Qin's mouth curled up into a smile. It's over. The defying one turned around and left. But it didn't take long for him to frown. He turned around and gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. It's not over. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. He's fine? Yi Xian opened his palm. And then the sword between his eyebrows suddenly vanished and reappeared in his hand. The defying one gazed at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian replied with a question. What was that energy you used just now? The defying one thought for a moment and said, the energy of defying can reverse everything. The energy of defying? Yi Xian spoke softly. How formidable. The defying one asked another question. Why are you fine? Yi Xian smiled. My physique is slightly special. The defying one nodded. I understand. Then let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. As soon as he took that step, the entire outer world suddenly became illusory and gradually transformed into nothingness. It wasn't just that. Yi Xian was gradually vanishing as well. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that the formation of this world was returning to its original state, the defying matter realm. As for himself, he was returning to his most primitive state. What a strange energy. Yi Xian didn't dare think too much about it, and didn't dare hold back. He took a step forward, and as soon as he did, countless strands of aura from all over the universe converged onto him. With a single thought, the aura of all the worlds in the universe arrived. Yi Xian suddenly flicked his thumb upwards. His sword was drawn. This sword strike didn't just converge the aura of all the worlds in the universe. It even contained his own aura and sword aura. Even though he didn't utilize his bloodline energy, the aura of this sword strike had arrived at an extremely terrifying level. As soon as this sword strike was executed, the entire outer world was obliterated. The sword tore through the sky. In the distance, the defying one narrowed his eyes slightly. He opened his right hand, and then made a light gesture in front of him. With this gesture, the speed of Yi Xian's sword actually slowed down at this moment. Not only that, but it even showed signs of retreating. He intended to reverse his attack. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. He took another step forward, and another sword appeared within his sheath. Yi Xian flicked his thumb upwards once more. Hiss! A tearing sound suddenly resounded, and then a sword tore through the air once more. However, this wasn't the end of it. Another sword appeared within Yi Xian's sheath, and it slashed forward as well. In an instant, Yi Xian had attacked 5 times in succession. The 5 swords were connected from head to tail, and they slashed down towards the defying adept. Bang! 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 The defying adept instantly retreated by almost 150 kilometers, and a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth when he stopped moving. A moment later, a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes. All the Daos in the world shall be defied by a single thought of mine. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread open his right hand, and then suddenly flipped it over. As soon as he flipped it over, Yi Xian's 5 swords suddenly started trembling violently. In the next moment, the 5 swords directly pierced towards Yi Xian in a strange shape. It was another reversal. This reversal didn't just defy Yi Xian's sword strike, it even assisted Yi Xian's world. This scene was slightly similar to how the defying adept had defied the child of destiny. However, Yi Xian wasn't the child of destiny. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then another sword appeared within his sheath. He took a step forward and roared furiously, "All the Daos in the world, let us live and die together." As soon as his voice resounded, bang! In an instant, Yi Xian's body started trembling violently while boundless force surged into his body like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, his force had arrived at an extremely terrifying level. In the next moment, Yi Xian flicked his thumb lightly. Hiss! The sword within his sheath flew out once more. This attack was at least a few times stronger than the previous 5 attacks. As soon as this attack appeared, Yi Xian instantly seemed as if he'd been completely drained of energy, and his entire body fell limply to the ground. Moreover, his countenance had turned pale as a sheet. He'd exerted his full strength. However, he still hadn't chosen to use the green profound sword. Yi Xian's final attack carried monstrous force as it tore through the sky. The ancient diagram in Gu Qin's hand had started to burn. A defy. A shun. Who would win? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.